satisfaction at the loss of daylight. The sun was barely visible through a pale scattering of clouds as it hovered above the western wall of the city. Etheric knew he had awakened because of his finely honed instincts. At first he saw no intruders and heard no footsteps. But he was hunting skillful prey, and lack of sight and sound meant nothing. He looked to the wall. The rock wedged inside the crack was gone. "I thought you'd wait until dark," Etheric said as he stood. His hand reached for the hilt of his sword. A dagger slid through a crease of his armor by his shoulder blades and pressed against unprotected flesh before he could. "It seems the priests have grown desperate," he heard a voice behind him say. "A dark paladin alone in Valderin in broad daylight? Will they soon announce their existence to the land? Or are they just hoping a mob will kill you?" "It would take far more than a mob," Etheric said. "Pull back your blade, woman. I know what you are." She hesitated for a moment, and then the dagger withdrew. Etheric turned, his arms crossed over his chest. "With whom do I speak?" he asked. "I am Eliora," the Faceless said. "What message do you bring from the temple?" "Just that Alisa must be returned immediately," Etheric said. "Bring her to me at once." Eliora clicked her two daggers together as she gently weaved back and forth. "Matters are not as simple as Pelarac believes," she said. "Alisa is surrounded by guards and protected by a wealthy tax collector." "None of which should matter to a Faceless." Through the thin veil of white, Etheric could see hints of Eliora's face. He'd swear she winked at him. "Only if we wanted her dead, Paladin. Escaping alive is another matter. I'm sure Pelarac told you she is worthless to us if harmed." "Where is she held?" Etheric asked. "Tell me, and you may go." Eliora's swaying slowed, then came to a stop. "Whom do the Dark Paladins serve? Carrick or his priests?" she asked. "They are the same," Etheric said. "His priests speak the word of Carrick." Eliora took a step back. "Then I will not bring you to her. Carrick has given us faith, and a mind to use it. We are not Pelarac's slaves, not anymore. We do the will of our God. Our God. Will you remain blind to Pelarac's manipulation and control?" "You will bring me to her, or you will die." Eliora cocked her head. She seemed to be staring into Etheric's heart. "You would kill me anyway. Pelarac has made his move. So be it." Etheric drew his sword and lashed out in a single smooth motion. The blade bathed in dark fire. The Faceless woman fell backward, her spine arching and her knees bending. After the sword passed harmlessly above her, she snapped forward, lunging with her daggers. One scraped against his plate mail and caught in a crease, while the other gouged the flesh underneath his chin. Before she could finish the kill, Etheric rammed an open palm against her chest. The strength of Carrick was with him, and she flew backward, a shock wave of sound and fire exploding from the contact. Eliora rolled, shadows splashing off her body and lying like deep puddles. Her feet touched ground. She spun, crossed her arms, and vanished in a puff of smoke. A long shadow stretched from the western wall from the sunset, and out of that shadow leaped Eliora. Her feet slammed into the small of Etheric's back. He cried out in pain as he stumbled forward, his sword slashing behind him blindly. Its fire singed some of her wrappings, but cut no flesh. A dagger struck Etheric, cutting a thin but bloody wound across the back of his head. Etheric fell forward, avoiding the vicious thrust aimed between his collarbone and neck that would have surely finished him. The dagger struck his armor. The magic in both collided, strength against strength. Sparks showered to the ground. The dagger dulled. When Eliora spun, thrusting it forward, Ethric twisted so she stabbed directly into his thick breastplate. The dagger exploded into shards that bit her hand. Blood soaked her wrappings. "Yield, and I will be merciful," Ethric said as he went on the offensive, slashing back and forth with his blade. Eliora ducked, shifted, and leaped away like a dancer, each cut passing close enough to burn more of her wrappings. When his sword stabbed forward, it should have pierced her heart. Instead, he cut smoke, for she was gone. Anticipating the attack, he spun, cutting the air between him and the wall's shadow. Eliora was there, her foot outstretched for a kick, but again his sword passed through only smoke. He coughed and retched as it swarmed over him, burning his lungs and tasting foul on his tongue. Within the smoke he heard laughter. Within the laughter he heard rage. Something sharp pierced his side just above his belt. Warm blood poured down his thigh. He felt it twist, and the pain doubled. Ethric swung, but he felt blind and dull. His sword cut air and smoke, nothing more. "I will not be treated as a fool," Ethric shouted. He struck the ground with his blade, both hands gripping the handle to increase his strength. Power rolled from the blow, pushing away the smoke. Clean air filled Ethric's lungs. Before his head could clear, he saw Eliora lunging at him, her dagger aimed for his eye. His reactions were quicker. He dropped his sword. His left hand shot up, blocking the stab with his vambrace. His right hand reached forward, grabbing Eliora's neck and crushing her throat. Before she could turn to smoke in his hands, he shouted the name of his god and let his full power roll forth. Eliora's whole body went rigid. The wrappings around her face blasted off, revealing her beautiful face locked in a grimace of pain. Ash billowed from her nostrils and open mouth. Her entire weight hung from the fierce grip of his hand. "Chaos must end," screamed Ethric. He slammed her head first to the dirt. As she gagged, trying to force air through a charred throat, the dark paladin picked up his sword. "Karak will abandon you," she said, her voice hoarse and weak. "Don't you see?" Ethric said, showing her the blaze of dark flame on his blade. "My faith is strong, and his presence in me is stronger. You're the one abandoned, heretic." With one vicious stroke, he cut off her head. So hot was the flame on his sword that her body never bled, the flesh and veins cauterized by its heat. "To left," Ethric said, leaving the body to rot. "Take her soul, Karak. Punish her as you please." Eliora had told him enough. Before he'd left, Pellerak had informed Ethric of the entire matter of Elisa Gemcroft, the thief guilds, and Theo Cull. Tax collector, Theo Cull. At first, he'd thought Elisa was secreted away somewhere with the other faceless. To be with Theo Cull meant servants, living quarters, and mercenaries. Pellerak had never mentioned their being inside the city, which meant only one thing. They lurked outside the walls, and a collection that large could not hide from him. Ethric traveled south toward the gate, determined to see his business done before nightfall. Chapter 26. Madeline Keenan sat in a small room that made her wagon outside the city seem like a castle. She had a plain wooden chair with no padding, a bare desk, and a bed stuffed with straw, not feathers. She wore a clean white dress given to her after she'd bathed. She still smelled the blood that had covered her hands and face. Young girls had come and gone the entire day, attending to her needs. No one had ordered her to stay, but the unspoken desire seemed obvious enough. Madeline lay on the uncomfortable bed, accepting pillows, warm tea mixed with honey, and the occasional girl coming in to ask if there was anything else she could do. Kaelin had promised to send word of her safety to her husband, but Madeline had not seen the high priest since arriving at the temple. He'd said something about attending others, and something more about patrols, and then he'd left. She wished she'd gone with him. The walls were bare wood. The floor was stained a dark brown. There was nothing to read, nothing to do. She felt more a prisoner than she'd ever felt in her life, and this was in a place she'd been brought to for protection. At last, when she thought she could take no more, the door opened, and Kaelin stepped inside. "Forgive my intrusion," he said as he closed the door. "The hour is late, and I had much to do. So much, truly, that should have been done long ago." "And what is that?" Madeline asked, not really caring, but not ready to have the conversation turn to her. She wanted time to regain her composure. "Protect the city," Kaelin said, as if it should have been obvious. "There is much you need to hear, Lady Keenan. Things are changing, starting now. Will you listen?" "I don't have much choice," Madeline said, crossing her legs and trying to appear ladylike in the plain dress. "You are free to go whenever you like," Kaelin said, "though I think you might have a difficult time convincing your remaining mercenaries. They quite like it here. Most appear to be sleeping well for the first time in many nights." "It's the first night they won't have to stand at their posts," Madeline said. "Of course they're eager to laze about while taking my coin." Kaelin shrugged as if this were all irrelevant. "I have been high priest for only a day, Lady Keenan, so forgive me if I say things you already know. My predecessor was a man named Calvin. Most brilliant when it came to the scriptures, but most timid when it comes to your trifect and the thieves' guilds. He was adamant we stay out of your war. We watched as each side killed hundreds of innocents and then did our best to clean up the damage." "We have done no wrong," Madeline said, picking at the fabric above her knee. "The guilds are illegal, immoral, and a drain on this city." "As I'm sure the trifect has done nothing illegal or immoral over the past 5 years," Kaelin said, his round face darkening a little. "But I am not here to assign blame, Lady Keenan, only to talk." Madeline made a small gesture with a hand, urging the priest to continue. "Forgive me, milady. The days have been rough on us all. We are not used to such strife within our temple, but I'm sure that is something that you would care little about. Still, listen a little longer, for all of this will make sense by the time I am done. A few days ago, a priest of our order, a man named Dalglish, was killed in cold blood in broad daylight. We have little doubt that Haern and his guild were responsible, yet they are beyond the justice of the king. We almost convinced Calvin to act then, but Dalglish was going against our orders in his tirades against the guilds. To all our shame, policy and rule won out over blood and loss. Then, that night, we received his daughter in secret, for the guild had sent an assassin to kill her. From what we heard, he nearly succeeded." The old man paused for a moment. Madeline rubbed her hands. The warm bath she'd taken had done wonders, but still she saw the faded red stain of blood deep in the cracks of her skin. "I'm waiting for where this affects me," she said when it seemed Kaelin was in no hurry to continue. She guessed he was waiting for something from her. The name Eschaton sounded vaguely familiar, but she couldn't place it. "Such callousness," Kaelin said. "Still, I should not have expected different. That little girl, sobbing in fear as she said goodbye to the only home she'd ever known, was the final catalyst. When Calvin refused to act, we forced a vote and removed him as high priest. I took his spot, and that is what you should be clearly aware of, Lady Keenan." Madeline tried to summon a bit of her noble contempt, regardless of her modest dress and loose, undecorated hair. "The doings of old men in stone temples are none of my concern," she said as she stood and crossed her arms. "I congratulate you on taking control, but it is time I left. I want to return to my home, where I can rest in safety." "Calvin's removal and my ascension are the only reason you are alive, Madeline," Calen said. His voice had grown quieter, and though the words themselves were harsh, his tone was not. If anything, he sounded like he was talking to a foolish child. "Riots and looting have gone on long enough. We set out in an attempt to restore order, and that is how we found you surrounded by men of the Spider Guild. Tell me, do you think you'd prefer Thren's company to mine?" "A prison is a prison," Madeline said, but her voice was already faltering. The old man had saved her, and here she was bickering and trying to insult him. What was wrong with her? "I am not holding you prisoner," Calen insisted. "I am preventing you from walking off the edge of a cliff. Already I have sent a runner to your husband to inform him of your whereabouts. Would you wait for him to send you a guard, or would you prefer to brave the night streets alone?" "But the rest of my men—" "They are only 3, Calen said. "And how many women would you take with you? Don't be foolish." The high priest rubbed his hand against the side of her face, and for a reason she could not understand, she did not slap it away. "As of tonight, we are ending the bloodshed," Calen said. "We will wear holes into our sandals as we scour the streets. We will shine a light into every dark corner. We will sing a song of joy to drown out the ugly shouts of hatred. Our eyes are open, Lady Keenan. Sleep well on your bed, and know that you are safe here. Think on what I have said, and then when you return to your husband, tell him what you have heard. Do I truly ask so much of you?" "I've long heard whispers that the thieves had bought off the priests of Asher," Madeline said. "You should have helped us against the thief guilds, yet spent years doing nothing. Now you tell me to feel safe in your house? I will not sleep, old man. I still have my dagger, and with my back to the wall and my eyes to the door, I will wait for my husband." Calen smiled a sad smile. "Such spirit," he said. "A shame it is born not of love, but mistrust and desperation." He turned and left. True to her word, Madeline shut the door, sat on her bed, and stared at the doorway until it was only a barely perceived blur. Safe or not, desperate or not, she would tell her husband what had transpired. Any veiled threat, no matter how gently given, would earn his wrath. Daytime was surprisingly pleasant, but it was the nights that made Elisa cringe with every wayward glance at the setting sun. In daylight she spent time with a charming Haern and his favored mercenaries. She laughed as they sparred, told filthy jokes, and took turns trading verbal barbs at each other's prowess in blade, bow, and bed. Her meals with Theo Cull, of poorer quality than what she might have had at her father's, were still plentiful. But every night Haern came to share her bed. With teeth clenched she endured his grunting atop her, his careful movements slow and methodical. He was proud of himself, she knew. Every time she faked a moan or bucked beneath him, he acted as if he were the greatest lover the world of Desrel had ever known. But she had to fake it, had to play the part as much as it sickened her. The worst was when he put his hands around her neck. Once it had only been a game, a thrill for someone as high-born as she to feel a man's threatening grasp amid the love play. Now those hands had an eagerness that frightened her, their actions too closely resembling what he'd do to her the moment the Gemcroft wealth was safely in his grasp. Something the matter? Haern asked, sitting beside her. Thinking of home, she said, hoping the comment innocent enough for the inquiry to end. The two sat before an enormous bonfire, their arms linked. The contact felt like a perverse lie to Elisa. With her free hand, she secretly fondled the dagger hidden in her skirts. She'd thought of using it several times. Once she even reached for her discarded dress and the dagger hidden within, right when Haern was climaxing and his hands seemed to clutch her throat with inhuman strength. As her fingers had touched the hilt, he'd finally relented, and so had she. One of the mercenaries tossed another large log onto the bonfire, startling her from her thoughts with his shout. "Where's the music we was promised? I've got a song to sing, yet no music to sing it with. I ain't singing without no song." Elisa faked a smile. The cold of winter had come on strong with the approaching night, and the mercenaries had successfully begged permission to build a bonfire to ward off the cold. The bulk of the camp, minus some servants and patrolling men, were seated around that bonfire. Valderen's walls were in the far distance, but Elisa felt certain that anyone walking along their breadth could spot their fire with ease. "There's your music," one sellsword shouted, following it up with a loud burp. "Give me some more of Gunter's cooking, and I'll give you some music of my own," another man shouted. Gunter, whose cooking was renowned, but whose priggish attitude was loathed, raised a forefinger and shook it at the mercenary. He got a finger right back, and it wasn't the forefinger. The men around him howled with laughter, and soon a chorus of bodily noises sang in Gunter's direction. "I think the king should be treated to such skillful musicians," Elisa said, laughing in spite of her dour mood. This earned her a chorus of cheerful agreements. "A sign of a good leader," Theo said, sitting on the other side of Haern. "You inspire love in man, Elisa. Good things surely await your rule of the Gemcroft estate." "A rule I may never have," Elisa said, the naming of her father's house souring her smile. "But while the sun is setting and the moon rising, let us speak of more certain and happier things, such as the opening of another cask of cider." The mercenaries roared, and when Theo nodded in approval, they cheered. "They wouldn't be so boisterous if they knew what I had planned for them on the morrow," Theo said, lowering his voice for just the three of them. "They would," Haern said, "but only after an extra round of drink, or two. Keeping them in the dark is cheaper." Theo laughed, and Elisa laughed along, her mind racing. So far she knew little of what the two men planned. When one of their servant boys returned from the city with news that Laurie Keenan had moved the Kensgol to outside the walls, neither had been upset. In fact, they had seemed almost overjoyed. A young serving woman slipped through the men, doing her best to ignore the few comments she received and the occasional grab at her body. "My lord," she said, bowing to Theo, "the two women are here." Theo sighed. "Send them on over." The woman bowed and then hurried away. A minute later, two of the faceless stepped into the light of the great bonfire. Neither bowed to Theo Cull upon arrival. "Welcome back to my camp," Theo said. "Next time, please introduce yourself to my guards, not the serving women. Shadow walkers or not, I'd prefer you to follow protocol like every normal human being." "Your women argue less," said the one on the left. Elisa recognized her sharp voice as Zeus's. "They also hold their tongues. Safer for all involved." "That wasn't a suggestion," Theo said, his voice hardening. Neither faceless woman reacted. "Why are you here?" Elisa asked, hoping to move the conversation along. She liked having the women nearby. Even though they took payment from the Culls, they didn't feel like a part of them. Perhaps she just enjoyed the company of someone not owned by Haern and his father. "We fear for Elisa's safety," said Nava. "We must take her into hiding. Pelarak wants her imprisoned in the temple." "We've paid you properly," Theo said. "Elisa stays here with us, regardless of what your little priest says. It's not wise to tempt Pelarak, Zusa said. You are a mouse dancing before a lion. Only the skull of a lion, Haern corrected, and I dance like a puppet for no one, faceless. Zusa laughed. Pelarak will make you dance, she said. Your bones are his toys. Your blood is his drink. Either flee or hide. Here is not safe. Give Elisa to us. Elisa dared hope she could go with him. She'd forfeit her entire wealth for just one night away from Haern and his hands. How she wished to sleep without fear of his rousing in the middle of the night, hungry for what only she could provide. With the faceless women, she would have respite. This is not a discussion, Theo interrupted. Elisa felt her hopes dashed to pieces. I will not hand over. A horn sounded from the north, followed by shouts. Armed intruders were at the edge of the camp. Elisa looked toward the noise. When she turned back, the faceless women were gone. Haern stood, his hand falling to the hilt of his sword. Theo grabbed his son's wrist to stop him. All around them, mercenaries put down their cups and drew their blades. A moment later, a man in leather armor came running from the north, sword in hand. "My lord," the man shouted, "he refused to wait or give us his name. He killed Geoffrey, and he wears the armor of—" He stopped when he realized the man had already arrived. The other mercenaries formed a ring around the intruder. The great bonfire burned between him and Theo. "Greetings, tax collector," the intruder said. Elisa might have thought him handsome if not for the cold look in his eyes and the looping tattoos across his naked face and head. Just looking at them made her stomach queasy. He wore dark plate mail, the skull of a lion emblazoned in white across his chestpiece. Fresh wounds marked his body, none of them remotely serious. "Greetings," Theo said. "Though I'd prefer you call me by my name, do the paladins of Carrick know nothing of respect?" "Not less than the men of Riverrun," said the paladin. "I am Ethric, and you are Theo Cal. Consider our pleasantries exchanged." He pointed his giant sword at Elisa. "I've come for Lady Gemcroft. Is this her?" Haern drew his sword and stepped in front of her. Before returning to Veldaren, Elisa might have felt humbled by his chivalrous nature, but now she felt like a beautiful gem being squabbled over in the marketplace. Again she wished for the faceless women. Their offer of safety and concealment seemed all the more desirable. "You will not touch her?" Haern said. "Elisa is in our safekeeping. Carrick has no claim on her." "And you do?" Ethric asked. "Only a fool would believe himself above the desires of a god." "She is my betrothed," Haern said. Ethric looked to his left, then to his right, pointedly dismissing the men who might come to Haern's aid. "Cover your steel, boy, or I'll put your blood on it," Ethric said. "Be gone from my camp," Theo said. "I dismiss you. You are not welcome here." Ethric laughed. "I am never welcome. This is your last chance. Hand her over." "Fuck you and your lion god," Haern said. "Kill him." Elisa let out a sharp cry at the sudden eruption of blood. The two nearest mercenaries fell back, deep gashes in their chests. Their armor did nothing to slow the blade. Ethric pivoted to the side and cut down another man, his finely crafted and god-blessed sword shattering the mercenary's cheap iron weapon. Two more died attempting an attack, their swords clanging uselessly off Ethric's plate mail, or sailing wide from an impossibly fast parry. "Seize this!" shouted a feminine voice with such volume and authority that both sides obeyed. Nava walked into the light of the fire, her daggers drawn and dripping shadows. "I've wondered if you would show," Ethric said, taking a step closer and holding his sword before him. "Pelarak has ordered the disbandment of your order. You must return to the temple immediately." Elisa is under our protection, Nava said. Begone, and tell Pelarak we no longer follow his command. Only Carex. Hands grabbed Elisa's wrist. Startled, she turned to shout, but a wrapped palm covered her mouth. Quiet, Zusa whispered. Like a mouse. Now follow. Nava crossed her daggers before her chest as Ethric took a step closer. I hoped you would say no, he said. I cherish the honor of killing another heretic. Eliora is dead, you whore. Your kind dies tonight. If Nava was upset, she did not show it. Slowly, she swayed from side to side. While Ethric watched, she cut just above her elbow and let the blood drip down onto her cloak. Like a drop of dye into clear water, the red swirled and spread across the dark cloth. Blood for blood, Nava said. I'll bury you in my cloak. She lunged across the fire, her cloak whipping around her like a funnel, its length suddenly twice that of her body. When Ethric swung, his sword clanged off as if he'd struck stone. Nava's foot snapped out, striking his head. He rolled with the blow, ending on his knees. He swung behind him, but Nava leaped over the blade and stabbed her daggers for his neck. Ethric turned just in time, one dagger striking his chest plate, the other slashing his cheek. He rammed his fist into Nava's gut, grinning in satisfaction at the gasping cry of pain she made. The faceless woman somersaulted backward, her cloak twirling before him. He tried to push it aside, but he might as well have tried to push down a tree with his bare hands. Blood ran down his face, a trickle curling in at the corner of his mouth. He licked it and then spat. "Fight me!" he shouted as the cloak slowly drifted downward. He braced his sword, smoothly shifted between stances. Then she was there, ducking and spinning beyond his sword's edge. Normally he'd feel confident having such reach over his opponent's daggers. The length of his blade meant nothing, however, if she could weave around it as if in a dance. She spun full circle about him, her cloak stretching longer and longer. Laughing, Nava jumped into the air, her cloak snapping behind her. Realizing he was surrounded, and soon to be crushed, Ethric poured every bit of his power into an overhand chop. A horrific screech sounded as his blade hit the cloak. The blood-red cloth shook, cracked, and then broke like shattered steel. All around him the red material crumpled to the dirt. Sensing opportunity, one of Theo's mercenaries swung at Ethric's back. The paladin heard his approach and swung about. Fury raged in his eyes. He blocked the blow, then looped his sword underneath and upward. The mercenary crumpled to the ground, his intestines spilling from his belly like freed snakes. Feet slammed into Ethric's back. The remnants of the cloak wrapped around his head. The blow jerked his body forward, but his head could not move. Pain flooded his mind as his neck wrenched awkwardly. Knowing her daggers would soon follow, Ethric fell limp, his sword swinging above his shoulder. The cloak vanished as Nava retreated. Ethric spun on his knees, his weight resting on one hand as he gasped for air. His fight with Eliora had already drained him, and Nava was proving no easier. "Hashem," he said, hoping to buy some time. "You could do great things for Carrick with such skill." Nava began swaying from side to side, her tattered cloak only hanging down to her waist. "But Carrick wants us dead," Nava said. "Who is it we should pray to now?" Ethric stood and gripped his sword. The black flame roared higher, his faith unshaken by the difficulty of the fight. He would kill the heretic. Of that he had no doubt. "Ask Carrick when you see him," Ethric said. He stepped toward the bonfire and suddenly punched his free hand into the flame. He was not burned. The fire turned from yellow to purple, its smoke from a deep gray to clear. "Can you stand the heat of the abyss?" he asked as he stepped back. His left arm completely wreathed with purple flame. Nava lunged, trusting her speed. Ethric parried her first 2 thrusts and countered a third. When she spun about trying to get closer, he opened the palm of his burning hand. Fire exploded as if from the mouth of a dragon. The fire swarmed over Nava's cloak, setting it aflame. Nava wasted no time, jumping backward and slicing off her cloak where it attached to the clasps atop her shoulders. But Ethric did not chase as she'd expected. Instead, he stabbed his sword into the flame, turned it once, and then swung. A massive arc of fire lashed outward, catching her across the chest. All about, wagons burned and men died as the fire consumed them with frightening speed. Faring little better, Nava dropped to a roll. The dirt did little to stop the burning. Ethric rushed after, and when she rolled underneath a wagon, he punched it with his fist. The fire left his arm and set the cover aflame. An upward swipe of his sword cut the rest of it in half. Nava was underneath, gasping for air and clutching her horribly burned chest. The wrappings were gone, revealing blistered skin blackened by the heat. "Shouldn't have burned me," she said with labored breaths. "Carrick has abandoned you for your heresy," he said, his sword held in both hands, the tip touching her breast. Nava laughed, even though the movement obviously pained her. "Elisa is gone, you fool," she said. "Zusa has her. You'll never see her again." Ethric stabbed down and twisted. When he yanked the sword free, he spat on her corpse. He strapped his sword to his back and returned to the bonfire. All around, men were desperately tossing dirt with shovels to put out what fires they could. The rest of the mercenaries crowded before Theo and Yoren, who both stood with their swords drawn. "Where is she?" Ethric asked as he approached. "Where is Elisa Gemcroft?" "Taken by the Faceless," Yoren said. "What now, Paladin? Will you give chase?" Ethric glared at them, then to the hills beyond. The last faceless woman must have fled with Elisa while he fought. He knew he could never track her, but the royal girl was a different matter. If he hurried, he might catch up to them. "I go for the girl," he said. "If you want her back, then seek out Pelarak and the priests of Carrick." "We just need her alive," Theo said. "Will you harm her?" Ethric laughed at their foolishness. "We want her safe, you damn simpletons," he said. "She is our own protection against Maynard Gemcroft. We have a common enemy, yet you cower and feebly strike against me. Pray I never see you again." He left their camp, circling around Theo's guards. The footprints were chaotic, but seeing a set leading directly south from the camp, Ethric gave chase. 2 of the faceless women were dead, the third fleeing with his prey. His task was almost finished, and the night was young. Offering a prayer of thanks to Carrick, Ethric ran on. Chapter 27. Once he was certain everyone was asleep or occupied, Aaron donned a pale gray cloak and slipped out of his room. Something weighed heavily on his mind, and he knew of only one person who could answer him. Problem was, that person was currently hidden deep inside the temple of Ashur. He doubted the priests would let him in to see Delicia, and equally doubted they would let her out. Aaron had been shown how to hide, how to kill, and how to steal, but never once had he been shown how to break into a place with the goal of talking. The night had potential to be an interesting one. The hallway was empty. He ran, tumbling into a nearby room. One of the floorboards was loose, and it came up easily when Aaron pulled on it. Below was a tunnel connecting to the others that spread underneath the estate like those of an anthill. Ensuring his dagger was tucked tightly into his belt, Aaron climbed down and replaced the board above his head. The way was tight and dark. For a moment, Aaron heard a noise, and he feared someone might be approaching from the other direction. He'd have no excuse or reason to explain his leaving. Thren would be furious. He heard another noise, sounding like the board he'd just replaced. Then silence. After 5 long minutes, Haern resumed crawling, certain that no one was following him. When he climbed out of the tunnel, he was underneath a giant, empty pile of crates that were never cleaned or removed from the alley in which they stood. Haern pulled a thick strip of cloth from his pocket and tied it to his face, adjusting it so the eye holes matched up perfectly. He was Haern no longer. Haern dashed down the street, his pale cloak fluttering behind him. A moment later, another figure emerged from beneath the crates and gave chase. Madeline felt sleep tugging at her eyes, but she refused its temptation. She wanted her eyes bloodshot and her actions slow and uneven when she met her husband. His anger would only grow at his seeing her thus. Light spilled in from a crack in the doorway. Madeline felt her heart halt and her fingers tighten on the dagger. So Kaelin had lied, just as she'd feared. They would kill her after all. The door opened. Blinded by the sudden light, Madeline winced and held a hand over her eyes. She saw a small figure, too small to be an assassin. "Oh," she heard a girl say. "I didn't know—" Madeline lowered her hand as the girl thankfully closed the door halfway. In the dimmer light she could see. The girl stood with her hands behind her back. She wore a plain white dress that hung all the way down to her ankles. Her unadorned hair spilled down either side of her face, beautiful red. Madeline's best guess put her at no older than 10. "I've been awake," Madeline said. She realized she still clutched the dagger and lowered it to the bed. That seemed to calm the girl a little. "I was sent to get, She blushed and pointed at the chamber pot in the corner. Madeline rolled her eyes. "Just leave it," she said. "Come back for it in the morning." The girl paused, clearly trying to decide which orders to follow. Madeline stared at her face, seeing an odd familiarity. When the girl turned to leave, Madeline spoke a name. "Eschaton?" The girl jolted as if shocked. "How do you know my name?" she asked, turning back around. "Just your last, girl. You've yet to give me your first." The girl blushed. "Delicia Eschaton. It is a pleasure to meet you, my lady." She gave a curtsy that was skillful as it was absurd in the plain long dress. "I knew your father," Madeline said, "many years ago, when he was still a lord. You have his hair and eyes. We weren't close, but we talked on occasion. Then he let his faith override his senses and vanished into these cloistered halls." Delicia didn't appear to know how to react. "I hope what memories you have of my father are pleasant ones," she said at last. "Though it pains me to talk of them. I should go." "Stay," Madeline said, an idea growing in her head. "I've been locked alone in here for many hours, and it'd be good to have someone to talk with." Delicia opened her mouth as if to protest, then decided otherwise. Madeline patted the space beside her on the bed, and Delicia reluctantly took a seat there. "Do they require you to have such plain hair?" Madeline said as she brushed a hand through the fiery red. "No, I haven't had time. I'm so new here." Delicia tensed a little when Madeline began braiding it, then slowly relaxed. Having spent a lifetime at courts, dinners, and extravagant parties, Madeline had long ago learned how to read and manipulate others. Delicia was adrift, alone, and scared. Most important, she seemed to be craving a mother figure, judging from how quickly she'd relaxed after the braiding started. Madeline frantically racked her brain. Delius Eschaton. He'd been married, but what had happened to his wife? "I'm so sorry about your mother," she said, deciding to keep it vague. No child as young as Delicia would be willing to discuss such a matter in depth, What was more important was the comfort Madeline eased into her voice, the tender honesty and empathy. "Daddy, he helped us through," Delicia said. Her whole body seemed to be shivering. "I miss him. I miss my brother. I miss my mom and my granny. I don't want to be here. I want to be home. I want to be—" Her words ended in tears. Even with her manipulation, Madeline was surprised by how quickly Delicia had broken down. The girl must have been on edge the whole day, just waiting for something to set her off. Knowing her timing must be perfect, Madeline let Delicia cry just long enough before wrapping her shoulders in a hug. "There now," she said, "cry if you must. I know how you feel. I miss my husband. I worry for him too. For all he knows, I'm hanging upside down from chains in one of Thren's hideouts. If only I could feel him in my arms again." "I heard others talking," Delicia said. "They said they'd send someone so he'd know." "But are you sure?" she asked, letting her face harden just a little. After a moment, Delicia shook her head. "No," she said, "I guess I'm not." Madeline let the silence return. She'd finished 2 thin braids, so she began tying them together, high up near the top of Delicia's head. Lacking material, she tore a bit of her own dress and used it to tie the braids firm. "Your brother is all you have left," she said, injecting a combination of curiosity and worry into her voice. "Do you know where he is now?" "He's apprenticed to some wizard," Delicia said. "I could never pronounce his name right. Maldrad, something like that." "Yes, wizards often have funny names," Madeline said. "They think it gives them an air of mystery, but mostly it just makes them look like fools." Delicia giggled softly. Madeline chose that moment to pull back her hands and set them on her lap. The sudden stop made Delicia turn to see what was the matter. "I could take you to him," Madeline said. "Surely you heard among the whispers who I am, Delicia. I am Lady Madeline Keenan, and wealthier than the king. It seems cruel to keep you hidden here when your brother is out there alone and in danger. What if he returns to Valdarin? What if the thief guilds send for him too?" Delicia twisted her fingers together, then grabbed her elbows and shivered as if she were cold. Madeline paused a moment, then drove the final nail home. "Delicia, does he even know your father is dead?" Her eyes widened. She shook her head. "Someone should tell him," Madeline insisted. "I think it should be you." "Come with me." "I'll get in trouble," Delicia said, suddenly fearful. "Granny put me here where it's safe. Who will I stay with? And what if Maldrad doesn't want me? I can't." This was it. This was the moment to break her. Madeline stood and crossed her arms, acting every bit the scolding parent. She was not going to stay in the temple the rest of the night. No matter how honest Kaelin seemed, Madeline knew the way of the world. People wanted what she had, whether it be coin, power, or her body. Until she was safe with her husband, she'd always be at risk, and no simple child would keep her from him. "You can and you will, Delicia," she said. "I must return to my husband. You must return to your brother. Isn't that what you want? Forget what others expect of you. They don't decide your life. That isn't their right. I will ensure everything goes well for you, all for being a friend to me in my dark time. Help me, Delicia. Please, I'm asking you." Delicia wilted under the barrage of words. She slowly nodded. "You promise to take care of me?" she asked. Madeline smiled her sweetest smile. "I promise," she said. "Fine. Everyone else is asleep except me. Bertram was to help me with my nightly duties, but he's so fat he dozed off in his chair. I don't know if the door's locked." "Only one way to know," Madeline said, taking Delicia's hand. "Lead me there." Haern scratched at his mask, wishing he had found something smoother to wear. When finished, he wrapped his cloak tighter about him. Other than his blond hair, he was a mess of gray lurking in the shadows. The temple was before him on the other side of the street. Haern hid beside a shop set up to take advantage of the temple's traffic, selling a multitude of sweet cakes and treats that got devoured after every service. Looking at the temple, Haern wondered how the abyss he was going to get inside. He saw no windows, just rows and rows of columns. The columns themselves were too smooth and wide for him to scale. The giant front doors were closed. They were unguarded, but most likely locked and barred from the inside. The roof was sharply sloped, pointed in the middle but nearly flat at the edges, the shape created by a clever interlocking of additional tiles. A statue loomed on either side of the short white steps leading up into the temple. The left was of a noble-looking man in armor holding a set of scales. The right was of a young woman with her arms raised to the heavens as if singing in praise. "Never abandon as hopeless something you've never tried," he whispered aloud. One of his earlier swordmasters had favored that saying. There was only one place left Haern could check, and that was the roof. So to the roof he went. He'd taken nothing with him but his cloak and his knife, so he did what he could. At full speed, he curved to one side and leaped into the air. He kicked off the statue of the woman, vaulting himself atop the other statue. Not letting his momentum slow, he leaped again, his whole body reaching for the edge of the roof where it was flat. His fingers brushed it, slipped, and then he was falling. The front of the temple had large inset sections depicting mountains, fields of grain, and a rising sun. Below those carvings was a second edge, jutting out just before the pillars began. Haern banged his elbow against the edge, twisting him mid-air before he could grab hold. A sharp intake of breath was the only cry he made. He swung one foot up to the ledge, glad for once that he was still somewhat young and small. He had 1.5 inches to stand on. More than enough with his feet turned sideways. He stood upon it, his back to the carvings, and looked down at the street. He saw no one. It seemed whatever activities might be normal for the night, they took place nowhere near the temple. He was about to turn and jump for the roof when he heard a loud crack from the doors below. "Hurry!" said a woman's voice just above a whisper. "I am," whispered back a girl. Haern's heart leaped. He recognized that voice. Then the two walked out from underneath him, hand in hand. Haern saw the red hair and knew for certain. "Shit," he said, realizing where he still was. For all his efforts to get to the roof, Delicia had come out on her own, and now there was no easy way down. Haern slipped back down to his fingers, took a deep breath, and then tried to fall forward instead of straight down. The higher up on the steps he landed, the better. Luck was with him, for he landed on the very top step, which gave him plenty of room to roll. His knees still ached, and there was no way for him to remain silent, but that was better than a painful tumble down the sharp edges of the steps. Knowing time was short, he ran down the steps, chasing after the two who had hurried north from the temple. As if fleeing, they ducked between some stores. Haern felt his heart stutter. The way the older woman had led, it seemed like she'd been dragging Delicia. Something wasn't right at all. He sprinted faster, his dagger drawn. "Why are we going this way?" Delicia asked once they hurried into the alley. "I think I heard someone following us," Madeline said, glancing back toward the street. "We have to be careful. Come closer." Delicia realized the woman had taken out her dagger. Why had she taken out her dagger? And if she was afraid of someone following, why was she keeping her back to the road? "I want to go back," she said, stepping farther into the alley. "I don't want to go anymore." "I can't have anyone warned," Madeline said. The compassion drained from her eyes. "Ashur's priests have always been in the thief guild's pockets, no matter how hard Kalin insists otherwise. Your father was always a fool, Delicia. Kindness made him blind, and you're no different." Delicia turned to run, but the alley dead-ended at a thick wooden wall connecting the two stores. She spun back around and put her back to the wall. Madeline stood in the center of the alley, dagger still in hand. There was no way past her. No way out. "I won't tell anyone," she said, tears growing in her eyes. "No," Madeline said. "You won't." Something knocked the dagger from her hand. Madeline's mouth opened, and then a dirty boot struck the side of her face. Delicia let out a small cry as Madeline went down, her hands outstretched to slow her fall. She rolled when she hit the ground, but Haern was already there, scooping up the dagger and kicking her in the stomach. "How dare you try to hurt her?" Haern whispered, his whole body trembling with rage. He held a dagger in each hand, and he looked more than ready to use them. Madeline sat on her knees and glared. "Don't!" Delicia shouted. "Please let her go." Haern glanced at her, and Madeline took the chance to run. Haern looked back, clearly debating. "Please stay," Delicia insisted, and that was enough to keep him with her. "What are you doing out here?" he asked, sliding both daggers into his belt. I was doing something dumb. I'm sorry. I should get back." "Wait," Haern said, reaching out and grabbing her wrist. Delicia tensed, but his touch was soft. He held her there, neither moving, only their eyes alive as they stared at one another. "Please stay," he said. "We'll be caught," Delicia said. She heard the boy laugh. "No, we won't," he said, sliding his grip down from her wrist to her hand. Then they were running, her heart hammering, and suddenly she was shimmying up the side of a house and onto the roof. "We'll be safe here," Haern said once they were all the way up. They sat cross-legged before each other. The city stretched all around them, enclosed within the great wall. He gestured to his right, where the street was hidden from view. "No one can see us passing by," he said. Delicia nodded. She rubbed her arms with her hands, feeling both cold and afraid. The past few days had been a whirlwind of pain and confusion, and all she wanted was to curl up somewhere warm and sleep. Yet Haern kept looking at her with his blue eyes, so intense in their desperation. He wanted something of her, but what, she didn't know. "Why did you come for me?" she asked, hoping to pry it out of him quickly so she could go back to the temple. "Because it's about your father." Delicia winced. "What about him, Haern?" Haern sighed and looked away. His mask helped hide his emotions, but it didn't erase them completely. He was reluctant and embarrassed. Delicia felt her fear hardening in her stomach. Whatever Haern had to say, she sensed she would not like hearing it. "I helped kill your father," Haern said suddenly. Delicia didn't move. Her thoughts returned to that day, but she remembered no boy. She only remembered tears, the surprised cries of the crowd, and then running far away so she could cry alone. Still, Haern's ache was too real to be a lie. "Why?" she asked. "Why did you help?" "Because my father asked it of me," Haern said. "That's not all, Delicia. I had a mission, one I failed. You were my target. I was to kill you." Delicia suddenly felt paralyzed with fear. She thought back to her talk with him in the pantry. What if she had been a fool to let him out? He'd been stopped on his way to finish the job, and now here she was, helpless atop a roof with no way off other than a long fall. "What do you want from me?" she asked, praying to Asher that the boy didn't draw his daggers. "I followed you that day," Haern said. "You didn't see me, but I followed. I listened to you pray. It broke my heart. Do you understand? Listening to you cry, listening to you pleading so helplessly with your God. I couldn't." He stood and turned away. "I couldn't let myself become such a monster. I've come close. I won't do it." Delicia stood. The trouble inside him was so great, and her inner nature won out. She reached over and put a hand on his shoulder and turned him back to face her. Tears were in his eyes, wetting the cloth wrapped tight about his head. "I want to know how to pray like you did," he said. "I want to have that kind of faith. Your father was dead, and you still believed. I've tried, but people died. I feel hollow and fake. What is it you know? What is it you do? Please, tell me, Delicia. I need this. I need something to cling to. Otherwise, I'll be lost forever. I'll become what my father wishes me to be." Delicia blushed. She felt so young and foolish, and yet he was coming to her for help. She tried to think of all her father's lectures. The memory of his kind words and warm smile only hurt her more. "Give me your hands," she said. There was one thing she remembered, one moment that nothing could ruin. It was the nightly prayers her father had said with her whenever she felt scared or lost. Tears in their eyes, she knelt, her fingers still interlocked with Haern's. The boy knelt with her. "Bow your head," she told him. "What now?" he asked. "Close your eyes." He did, and then he waited. "Think of everything you love," she said, "and pray it's safe. Don't think about to whom you pray. Don't worry about whether it'll be heard or not. Just pray." Haern opened his eyes and looked at her. "What if I have nothing to love?" he asked. The question pierced Delicia's heart. She'd once asked that same question of her father after they'd had a bad fight. She gave Haern the same answer he had given. Never in her life had she missed her father so much. "Then you can love me," she said. Her body lurched forward. Her mouth opened in shock, and it was only then she felt the pain. Blood seeped down the front of her dress as she fell, a small arrow shaft sticking out of her back. Chapter 28. "No!" Aaron screamed, catching Delicia in his arms. Kayla watched, her jaw clenched tight at the sight. All around him, members of the Spider Guild leaped to the roof. 2 houses over, Thren lowered his handheld crossbow and approached. "Stay away from me!" Aaron shrieked, holding Delicia in one arm and drawing his dagger with the other. The men surrounded him, their weapons drawn. None approached, all waiting for their master. Kayla slowly closed the distance, and given how distracted the young man was, he did not sense her approach. Thren leaped across the last gap and landed atop the house. He still held the crossbow. "You have disobeyed me for the last time," Thren said. His voice was overwhelmed with rage. "Rooftop prayers? Hiding away with a priestess? What is the matter with you?" "Stay back!" Aaron screamed again, tears streaming down his covered face. Thren paid him no heed. He walked over and yanked the mask off Aaron's face, not at all worried by the dagger his son held. "You disappoint me," Thren said. That was it. She could see Aaron was ready to attack, and Kayla feared the repercussions. Taking a stone wrapped in thick leather by its short handle, she struck the back of his head. Letting out a garbled cry, he collapsed atop the dying girl's body. "Carry him," Thren ordered his men. "Leave the girl." 2 of them hoisted the boy onto their shoulders and made their way toward the edge of the house. A group of 3 waited in the street below, catching Aaron when they lowered him down. "Where are we taking him?" Kayla dared ask. "These foolish notions need curing," Thren said as he put away the crossbow. "Ashur is a disease infecting my son, and it seems I am incapable of removing it on my own." Kayla followed the logic to its horrific end. "You'll give him to the priests of Carrick," she said. Thren glanced at her. "I do not like it either, but it must be done," he said. "They'll crush his faith in Ashur. purifying him. I'm taking back my air. "Thran!" shouted one of the men, climbing back up to the roof. "We found her! We found Madeline!" "Excellent," Thran said. "Get her bound. When I return, I'll set up a safe place for our dear, noble hostage." Kayla could hardly believe how easily Thren's frustration slid away upon hearing such a thing. His concern for Aaron, was it really that shallow? Kayla glanced back at the girl with the red hair as Thren leaped off the roof to join the rest of his men. "Damn it, Aaron," she said. "I didn't know." Thren had ordered her to follow Aaron about. Once he'd stopped at the temple, she'd sent out a signal. And then, when the girl had fled with Madeline Keenan from the temple, Kayla could hardly believe the sight. She'd hoped Haern would stay away, would leave them alone, but he hadn't. By the time Thren arrived, Madeline was running off through streets she knew nothing of, an easy catch. But Haern was still with the daughter of that idiot priest Kayla had killed, his very presence dooming her. A presence his father had been alerted to by Kayla. The blood spilling across the roof was her fault. She knelt down, touched the girl's neck, and was startled by the slow pulse she felt. The girl was alive. "You owe me," Kayla whispered as she hoisted the girl onto her shoulder. She was being stupid. She knew she was being stupid. Her survival instincts screamed to keep her hands clean and let the girl die. But she couldn't. If Aaron found out she was the one who had followed him, she couldn't imagine facing the sorrow and betrayal in his eyes. He'd trusted her, and this was how she'd repaid him? "Stay with me," she whispered. "If your God is real, then hopefully he'll realize I'm down here needing all the help I can get." Carefully she climbed down to the street, Delicia's body slung over her shoulders. The whole while she did her best to ignore whatever torture awaited Aaron within the temple of the Dark God. Thren was one of very few who knew the location of Carrick's temple. Once they were near, he took Aaron into his arms and ordered the rest to return home. The coming day and night would bring the most important series of events in the past 5 years. His men needed to be fresh, and he was already straining them enough. All because of his son. All because of Asher. "I see through your illusions," said Thren when he stood before the thick iron gates surrounding what looked to be a luxurious but empty mansion. The image wavered. The fence opened on its own. Thren stepped through, walking along the smooth obsidian path leading up to an enormous, pillared building of darkest black. The skull of a lion hung above the door, its teeth stained with blood. The double doors swung open. A young man stepped out, his hair tied behind his head in a long ponytail. "I ask that you remain outside," he said. "Pellerak knows of your arrival." Not waiting for an answer, the man shut the door. Thren leaned Aaron's body against one of the pillars and waited. It had been many years since he'd come to someone for aid, and he wasn't entirely sure how to act. He had no intention of bowing before the priests, nor would he plead like a commoner. Perhaps a trade. The doors opened. Thren snapped to attention, his hands falling to his blades out of instinct too ingrained to deny. "It is a strange night that grants me a visitor such as you," Pellerak said as he stepped outside and closed the doors behind him. The priest's eyes glanced at Aaron, but he continued as if he saw nothing. "For you are Thren Fellhorn, are you not? Master of the Spider Guild, puppet master of the thieves. To what do I owe this honor?" "I need my son cured," Thren said. "We are not as skilled at the healing arts as our rivals," Pellerak said, "though I doubt they would aid you. I heard they ousted their former high priest after you killed one of their own." Thren frowned. That was a damn shame. He had spent many months slowly working on Calvin, bribing him with every possible vice in search of the man's weakness. Once he discovered his love of Crimleaf, the process had been considerably easier. Must everything fall apart so close to the Kensgold? "You misunderstand the healing I desire," Thren said, forcing the subject back to the task at hand. My son has taken foolish notions into his head that I want expunged. Pellerak scratched his chin. He's fallen for the seductive grace of Ashur, he asked. Thren nodded. This will require time, Pellerak said, and more importantly, it will potentially ruin me. Maynard Gemcroft has threatened our very existence if I do not side with him against you, Thren. Tell me, what would you do in my place? Destroy those who threaten me, Thren said. Never let a man keep a sword readied above your neck. Words we cannot live by, Pellerak said. Ashur's presence here is too deeply embedded. Maynard could send mobs against us. Blood would fill the streets. Nothing of your little war with the Trifect would compare to the carnage we would unleash. But that would end our work here, which would sadden me greatly. So I have a few choices. Thren drew his short swords. I'd tread carefully, the guild master said. Pellerak chuckled. Put those away. Even with your skill, you cannot match my power. I am Karak's most faithful servant, save for his prophet. If I wanted you dead, I would not announce or explain myself. Thren lowered his swords, but did not sheathe them. What are your choices? He asked. I can turn you away, making you a potential enemy. In doing so, I also remain a puppet of the Trifect. However, even that option has been denied to me. Maynard Gemcroft's daughter is missing. She was to be in my care, yet is not. For this alone, Maynard will destroy us. There is another way, Thren said, realizing what Pellerak was leading to. There is my way. Take my son. Cure him. Burn all remnants of Ashur from his flesh so he may be pure. Can you kill Maynard Gemcroft? Pellerak asked. My time has already passed. By the end of the Kensgold, he will carry out his threat. Thren saluted with his sword. By tomorrow's eve, Maynard will be dead, he vowed. Can you save my son? We will take him, Pellerak said. He banged twice on the doors. 2 other priests came out. When Pellerak pointed to Haern, they picked the boy up and carried him inside. As they did, Thren briefly described the events that had transpired, from Aaron's prayers and his amulet of the Golden Mountain to his secret meeting with the priest's daughter. How much time will it take? Thren asked. A day or 2 at most, unless he resists our methods, the priest replied. Can he? Thren asked, watching the double doors close with a groaning of wood and iron locks. Pellerak laughed softly. Of course not. He's just a boy. Thren bowed. May our endeavors aid us both, he said. Go with the true God's blessing, Pellerak said before returning inside. Thren felt lighter as he vaulted over the iron fence and raced down the streets, taking a winding path back to his safe house. Matters were out of his hands now. The priests would convert his son. Any influence Ashur had on him would be gone. Thren would save his killer, his perfect heir, the keeper of his legacy. Assuming his plans for the Kensgold unfolded without error. But with Madeline nearly gifting herself to him, he knew he'd taken a large step toward that goal. Now Thren could only hope his son would be saved in time to partake in the victory that would define the Fellhorn legacy for centuries. Aaron's awareness rose and fell, and as it rose, he felt the pain. It stabbed into his wrists and forced him back down. Water splashed across his tongue. Dull chanting shook the rhythm of his dreams, flooding them with color that vibrated to the sound. He saw red and purple. The colors worked a sharp discomfort in his mind. More pain, this time in his ankles. Water dribbled up his lips. That didn't make any sense. Why up? He opened his eyes. Expecting to be upside down, he was surprised to see a man standing before him. He was balding, with sharp eyes and a bitter frown. He wore dark robes. Hanging from his neck was a pendant shaped like the skull of a lion. "Where am I?" Haern asked. "A room of fate," said the priest. "My name is Pelarak, and you are in a most holy place. Here Karak is master, not the goddess of the elves, not Asher, not the moon or the stars or the sun. Just Karak." He held out his hand. In it was a water skin. When he pressed against it, the water traveled up instead of down, splashing across the ceiling. The sight was so strange, Haern felt a sense of vertigo. He turned to the side, vomited, and then watched in horror as it smacked atop the ceiling, splattering a messy red. "To be expected," the priest said. "Many things are strange here, and you will see only a blessed few. Karak is God everywhere. But we have consecrated this room with blood and prayers." Haern tried to move, but could not. He looked to his wrists, where he felt cold iron chains. He saw nothing but air. The same for his ankles. As he struggled, he saw indents pressed against his skin, made by no visible source. "Chains are a deceptive thing," Pelarak said. "Who makes them? What gives them their strength? It is shallow to call them iron and unbreakable, yet foolish to call them self-made. You have chains upon you. Break them." Pelarak waved his hand as he gave the command. A sudden urge filled Haern's heart. He could think of nothing but escape. Every flight response he had was triggered in his mind. Every muscle clenched and fought against the invisible chains. He felt his skin rub raw. His knees and shoulders throbbed in agony. Blood dripped upward in a perverse rain. Finally, he flung his entire body forward, straining so hard against the chains his neck bulged and his forehead dripped sweat that drifted upward into his hair before pooling into thick drops that rose to the ceiling. No matter how hard he tried, he could neither break the chains nor stop his trying. "This is life," Pelarak said, watching emotionlessly. "We struggle against our bonds, unable to break them, but only because we are foolish. You have made those chains, Haern. Break them." He wanted to. Oh, how he wanted to. It felt like his heart would burst, each rapid beat like a hammer blow to his chest. More blood floated upward from his wrists. His mind searched for the solution. Robert Haern had always insisted he'd know the answer to a question when asked. But did this priest ensure him the same fairness? What did he mean, chains of his own creation? "I don't understand," he said, his voice cracking. His tongue felt made of cotton. "Then try harder," Pelarak said. "Ignorance is not an excuse. It is a blindness fostered by this world. Your body will break, and you will die, all because of your ignorance." The man was clearly a priest of Karak. Only one thing came to mind that might explain the chains and why he would think them his own creation. Asher. "I've prayed to Asher," Haern shouted. He felt his maddening urge to struggle slowly subside. His breath shuddered as he hung limply from the invisible chains. "Very good," Pelarak said. "You're making progress. Look to your hands and feet." Haern did. No longer were the chains invisible. Though they felt like iron, they appeared to be made of white marble. Golden mountains decorated their keyholes. The room slowly darkened, though the chains remained bright, almost glowing. "Symbols," Haern said, his voice a whisper. "They lie as easily as men." Pelarak's face seemed to darken at this. "Keep your eyes open," he said. "I have something I want you to see." He stepped back. The room turned completely dark, although both the chains and Pelarak remained perfectly visible. A fire sparked in the center of the room. Within its center, Haern saw the briefest image of an eye. The fire sparked again, then grew. It roared to the ceiling, enormous, but without heat. Its life was quick, and as it died, a young girl stood before him, her fiery red hair tangled and unkempt. "Haern?" Delicia asked. Haern felt his body tremble at the sound of her voice. Just a lie, he thought, just another lie. But it was hard to believe that as she touched the side of his face. Her hand felt cold, but her touch was real. Tears flowed up his eyes into the ceiling. Her dress was charred as if by fire. "They do lie," the girl said. "The abyss is cold. The fires give no heat. Asher didn't want me, so now I'm here. I gave no love to Carrick, so he gives no love to me." "You're not real," he said. It sounded like a plea. "You're with Asher. You went to a better place. You were good. You were innocent." Pellerak laughed. Delicia cried. Her body faded upon an unfelt wind. "No one's innocent," Delicia said through her sniffles. "But I worshipped something false. It didn't matter how I prayed. I prayed to deaf ears." Haern flung himself against his chains, desperate to touch her. She was fading away like a ghost. The darkness was claiming her, eating into her flesh so that it turned translucent. Pellerak waved a hand through her, scattering her image like smoke. "You went to her," the priest said. "I spoke with your father. I know what you have done. Do you not see how foolish you are? A girl, a young, stupid girl, and yet you thought she had wisdom?" Haern slumped, and his eyes stared at a floor with no texture or shape. "Her prayers were so real," he said. "She meant them. She felt them. That is what I wanted." Pellerak grabbed Haern's hair and jerked upward so they could stare eye to eye. "Madmen gibber that demons live within them, and that their voices torment them daily. Do they not believe as deeply as that little girl did? Why not go to them for guidance?" To this Haern had no answer, but Pellerak did. "Because she had a dream that you desired," the priest said, letting go of Haern's hair. "You liked what she believed. It sounded sweet. But the only thing that matters is the truth. Would you willfully live a lie just because you like it? Should I tell you that your girl is fine, and that the world is a beautiful place, and that no one will ever hurt you? I'd love to live in that world, but that doesn't make it real. What is real, Haern? What do you know is real?" He thought of Robert Haern dead, killed by his students' hands. His hands. "I know I've killed those I love," he said. "Ah, yes. And why?" Pellerak asked. "What is it that brought about their murders?" A light flashed in Haern's eyes. He knew. He saw his love and devotion, saw to whom he had given them. His guilt and shame coalesced into a hardened arrow, no longer aimed at himself. There was one person who deserved it all. The one who had strangled his soul and perverted his desires. The one who had used his love to inspire murder and destruction. His own father. "I prayed to Asher," Haern said. It was no lie. Because of that, people died. "Precisely," Pellerak said. "Is that Asher's power? Devotion leading to death? Carrick is power, boy. He is the lion. He is king of all, and all will tremble before his roar and bow to kiss his claws." Suddenly Pellerak was gone. The chains cracked and broke. Haern crumpled to the ground, shivering in the darkness. He felt cold. His teeth chattered. And then the lion approached. It walked from afar, too far to be inside the small room. Its fur was fire, burning atop skin made of molten rock. Eyes swirling with smoke fixed upon his trembling form. When it opened its mouth, teeth the size of daggers glistened with fresh blood. "Behold the lion!" shouted a voice, impossibly deep and booming from every corner of the room. "Behold the power of his majesty!" The lion roared. Deep within its gullet, Haern saw 1,000 weeping lives. They reached upward and wailed, their cries mixing with the mighty roar of a god. Haern felt his soul quiver. He mashed his face to the cold, dark stone. Tears flowed from his eyes. He couldn't think. He could only tremble in wonder. "Do you doubt my authority?" the lion asked. "Who are you to me, mortal? When your life ends, I am the truth that awaits you. Where shall you stand in my eternity? Will you worship beside me, or will I consume you in fire and grind your bones in my teeth?" Haern sobbed shamelessly. He'd never felt such terror. He was naked before a god, pathetic and helpless. He pounded his fists against the floor. Sweat covered him like a cold sheet. The lion roared again, and its breath was fire and steel. His clothes ripped and his flesh tore. Blood spilled outward in bizarre directions, as if the laws of the world had no bearing within Carrick's sacred room. "Will you swear your life to me?" the lion asked. A deep part of Haern wanted to submit. He wanted the terror to end. The darkness would consume him, and it seemed wisest to surrender. Standing beside the lion was better than the wailing he heard within. Infinitely better. Haern thought of what Robert had said. Asher was everything good in mankind. With tears in his eyes, he looked up to the lion, searching for that same goodness. He saw none of it within the fire. Death, consumption, anger, and condemnation looked upon him, smoldering in physical form. None of the love that had filled Delicia's prayers could live within that horrific creature. He felt his mind splitting, as if two paths were before him, and half wanted to go down one, and half the other. "Swear it!" the lion roared. "On your knees, swear your life to me. I will have it no other way. Death is your fate, child. I see it clearer than you see the sun and moon. You will die by the hand of a friend if you resist my mercy. Beside me, you will rule Neldar as a demigod, and your son as king." Two paths. Two beings. Two minds. His father desired that first path, the easy path, one of bloodshed and murder. But the desire Robert Haern had kindled, the one Kayla had protected, and Delicia nurtured, led away into deadly light. Each filled him with fear. Deep down he knew which was right. He knew the choice he should make. But he was afraid. "Choose!" roared the lion. "Now, or I will burn away everything that makes you who you are, and deliver unto the priests an empty shell." He couldn't choose. Terror overwhelmed him. Stars swirled in the darkness about the lion as if the very heavens circled the embodiment of Carrick. Smoke billowed from its nostrils. Its eyes flared with impatience. The lion opened its mouth and snarled. His time was up. The moment was gone. Haern felt the roar wash over him, stronger than ever before. It felt like the world would shatter beneath its strength. His ears would never hear again. His eyes burned with tears. The breath in his lungs halted, and his heart beat wildly. Within his mind a fire raged, consuming all. The choice. There was only one. Haern knew it. The fire was an altar, and he laid down his sacrifice. everything that meant to be Haern. To be the son of Thren Fellhorn, to murder without guilt, and devote everything to bloodshed and slaughter, he flung upon that altar. He openly welcomed the roar, now a cleansing fire. He let it destroy his fear. He let it obliterate his lack of remorse. It tore down his walls. In the midst of that roar, he laughed. "Let Haern die," he said. "Haern lives." More phantom cuts lashed his arms and chest. The blood now flowed in the correct direction. Smoke poured into his lungs. His head swam, light and dizzy and free. His neck drooped, his eyes closed. A laugh still on his lips, he succumbed to unconsciousness as the lion roared. "Come," Pellerak said as he opened the door. 2 more priests stepped inside, joining him in a small square room. The walls were bare and gray, the floor cool stone. "Were you successful?" one of the other priests asked. "He has seen the lion," Pellerak said. "None but the most faithful have done so and lived. When he awakes, his heart will belong to Carrick. Of that I am certain." "Praise be," said the other. They carried the young man out of the room. Pellerak watched them leave, a frown on his face. Something felt wrong, but he couldn't decide what. He hadn't heard the words of the lion nor seen its vision, but he had felt its awesome power as he watched Haern sob and cry on his knees. There was something unsettling about how Haern had laughed at the very end. Determined to question Haern when he awakened, Pellerak stepped out of the most holy of rooms. He'd devote an hour to prayer, then seek the sleep he most desperately needed. Perhaps things would seem better in the morning. Chapter 29. "You mustn't stop," Zusa insisted as the 2 ran. "The paladin will follow. He will always follow." Alisa nodded. Her breathing had become ragged, and her left side ached as if a dagger was lodged within. They'd run west, away from the camp and away from Veldarin's walls. A few times they'd shifted direction, but only to avoid the hills that surrounded the area. "Where?" Alisa said, feeling lightheaded and unable to voice the rest of her question. "The river is near," Zusa said. "We will use that as we must." Alisa did her best to keep up, but they had run for almost an hour after fleeing the Cull's camp. She'd never felt herself out of shape, but the exertion was beyond even her capabilities. She started stumbling, dragged on only by Zusa's firm grip on her wrist. "Not far," Zusa insisted. "Hurry! Not far at all." The Canal River ran south from the mountains, passing west of the King's Forest and looping a 1/4 mile from Veldarin before traveling south, marking the western edge of the King's Strip. Despite her aching sides, weak legs, and ragged breath, Alisa managed the final few minutes to its edge. "We must get to the other side," Zusa insisted. "The river is wide, but not deep. The paladin will cross, but slowly. The plate mail will hinder him." "Please," Alisa said, falling to her knees. "Let me rest a moment." "Rest on the other side," Zusa said. "He may be here at any moment. Life or death, girl. Choose." She staggered to her feet and grabbed Zusa's shoulder. "Life," she said. The water came up to their necks, and it was shockingly cold. Alisa's lips turned blue, and her teeth chattered. Zusa tugged her along, although Alisa could no longer feel her hand clutching her wrist. She dreaded the coming feel of open air, but a dim part of her was certain it'd still be warmer than the water. "Fire will bring him to us," Zusa said, even her gravelly voice chattering a bit. "But we have no choice. I can fight the paladin. I cannot fight the frost." A minute later they emerged on the other side. Alisa took a few steps before crumpling to her knees, doubling over with her arms crossed before her chest. She tried to speak, but her shivering was so severe she could not make the words. Zusa knelt in front of Elisa. Shadows curled off her body, moving sluggishly as if they too were affected by the cold. Zusa's hands touched the grass, her fingers digging into the earth. "Nu Ruta," Zusa hissed. Purple fire erupted between them. It burned bright, then faded to the size of a man's head. "Stay close to it," Zusa said. "The warmth is weak, but it will keep you alive." Zusa looked back to the river. Elisa followed her gaze. She saw nothing in the dim starlight, but evidently the faceless woman's eyes saw far better in the darkness. "The paladin approaches," she said. "Half a mile away, perhaps farther. We have time for warmth." The two huddled before the fire, feeling its heat fight away the wetness of their clothes. "Carrick has abandoned me," Zusa said as the fire popped. "My soul is already doomed to the abyss. What does one more broken law matter?" Elisa watched as she peeled away the wet wrappings from her head. Her eyes were a sparkling green, her lips pale and supple. Her cheeks were smooth and round, as if Zusa had been carved from stone in the image of a goddess. Short black hair stuck to the sides of her face, but she pulled it back into a ponytail and tied it with one of her wrappings. "If Carrick would hide such beauty from the world, then he is a foolish, jealous god," Elisa said. She looked to the river. "Can you kill his paladin?" "We shall see," Zusa said. She glanced down at her wrappings, which were still soaked from the river. With a shrug, she removed them and cast them beside the fire, along with her wet shift. Looking like a naked nymph of the forest, Zusa kissed her dagger and then approached the water's edge. Elisa thought to do the same, then decided she would wait. If Zusa died, then her fate was sealed as well. She would not die naked. "You are determined, servant of Carrick," Zusa shouted across the river. With her back to the fire, Elisa watched, her eyes adjusted enough to see the man standing on the other side. His armor was even darker than the night. He drew his sword, and black flames swelled about it. "My name is Ethric, and my faith is fervent," the paladin shouted back. "But you have cast aside your wrappings, disobeying the order of our god. Will you fight me like a naked whore, or do you hope to distract me while you cut my flesh with your dagger?" "When you are dead, I will cast your body to the river," Zusa shouted. "The fish will nibble on your eyes and worms will feed on your guts. Do you still desire to cross?" Ethric laughed. "Desire? My desires mean nothing. Carrick has commanded your death and the return of Elisa Gemcroft. I will cross, and I will burn your head and leave your body for the wolves." He took a step into the water. Zusa crouched, her dagger held before her eyes. To Elisa, she appeared some strange wildling, dangerous, calm, and insane. She shifted closer to the fire, feeling for the first time in her life an urge to pray. Whatever fate lay before her, she knew she wanted the Dark Paladin to have no part of it. But whom could she pray to in her desire for death other than Carrick? Surely Carrick would accept no prayers aimed at the destruction of his own champion. "One more step," said Zusa. "Just one more, and I will kill you. The water is your death, Paladin." Ethric waded into the river. At first it flowed to his waist, then rose until it was above his chest. He kept his sword held high, its dark fire absorbing the light of the stars so that it seemed a deep chasm floated above his head. Zusa remained still, her body crouched. Whispers floated off her tongue. The shadows grew about her, hiding her nakedness. "Protect her," Elisa prayed, though she knew not to whom. "She may not deserve it, and neither do I. but protect her anyway. Once Ethric was in the center of the river, Zusa leaped. It seemed the chains of the world had left her, for she vaulted high in the air. A cloak of shadow followed her even though she was naked. For a moment she soared as if on wings, and then curled her body downward, diving like a bird of prey. Ethric tilted his sword, but his movements were hampered by the deep water. The collision was brutal. Alisa gasped as shadows collided against shadows. Water erupted as if the ground had thrown up its contents and shifted the river. A single harsh clang of steel rang in her ears. When the river calmed, and her eyes could see once again, she saw neither of the combatants. Her heart trembled. She thought to run. Freezing to death seemed far better than whatever fate the dark paladin planned for her. The water rippled, and then Zusa stepped onto the shore, water dripping from her slender body. "I warned him," she said, and then a smile broke out across her face. "He drowned. Make room by the fire." Zusa sat beside her wrappings, crossed her legs, and leaned toward the purple flame. Hardly believing it, Alisa stripped off her own wet clothing and huddled closer. Both of them naked, wet and freezing, Alisa laughed at what a sight they must be. "I think many a man would love to stumble upon our camp this night," she said. "One did," Zusa said, glancing to the river. "I pray he enjoyed what he saw." They cuddled together for warmth beside the fire that never faltered. Alisa dreamed of Yoren approaching their camp, walking over the river as if he were a ghost. When he neared, he grabbed one of her nipples and squeezed it so tightly it hurt. "I missed you," he said, smiling. His teeth, no longer gold, were crumbling ash. She screamed. He kissed her, ramming his tongue down her throat. Suddenly it was a snake, crawling down into her belly and coiling there. She thought she'd vomit, but when she did, he shoved his hand over her mouth and forced her to swallow it back down. When morning came, Alisa groaned and reached for her clothing. The fire was gone, and her skin pale and covered with goose pimples. Zusa lay beside her, awake but still undressed. "Your dreams were ill," Zusa said. "They were," Alisa said, pulling on her dress, which was blessedly dry but for a thin layer of dew. "I hope they're not a portent of things to come." "I dreamed too," Zusa said. "Carrick sent me warning of my path. I walked upon a road of flame, and every step burned the soles of my feet. Eventually I had to crawl, and when I could not crawl, I collapsed. The fire wouldn't kill me, though. It only caused me pain." "What is it you dreamed?" Alisa explained her dream. Zeus's eyes seemed so sad when she looked upon her. "You are pregnant with Yoren's seed," she said. "The signs are obvious. He will take over your household through your child." Alisa opened her mouth, then closed it. A child? Part of her had hoped such a thing might happen when she'd lain with Yoren in their secret of nights. With a babe growing in her belly, her father never would have been able to deny the marriage she desired. But now, after seeing the monster Yoren truly was, now that she was destitute and alone, she didn't know what to think, what to do. "The culls would make me a slave, or worse," Alisa said. "I cannot bear it. We must flee." "Even without you they will move," Zusa said. "They mean to kill Lord Gemcroft as an end to their problems. Besides, what did I tell you about running?" "Then what am I to do?" she asked. "There is a ferry a mile south," Zusa said as she started covering her body with her wrappings. When she reached her neck, she stopped, and a playful smile came over her. She tossed the rest, leaving her face and hair exposed. "We will talk along the way," Zusa said. "We tread a dangerous line, and you will find no help in either Kull or Gemcroft. You are trapped between vipers and a pit." Her eyes twinkled. "Still, even vipers may serve their purpose." Chapter 30. Haern awoke on a simple bed stuffed with straw. A blanket covered him. Bandages wrapped the cuts across his body, every one of them stinging like a freshly opened wound. The room was dark and without windows, but light from the hallway crept in through the crack of the door, allowing him to see. Tears filled his eyes as Haern fought down a wild laugh. He'd lived. He'd come face to face with the lion and lived. His father would be furious, if he ever found out. Haern had no intention of letting him. His days as Thren's heir were done. He'd tear himself free or die trying. No matter what his fate, he'd make sure Delicia's death meant something. "Please," he prayed, "I am in the den of lions. Keep me safe." He slid off the bed. His gray clothes were shredded, but the cuts were thin and the cloth mostly intact. He wished he had his mask, though. Without it, he still had the face of Aaron. His smile grew as he realized he wore the face of a dead man. How many would truly know that was the case? His pillow had a covering, so he removed it and then quickly searched the room. His footsteps made no sound, and his fingers were like feather strokes upon his surroundings. He found no weapon in the lone drawer, nor stashed under his bed or beside the door. Disappointed, he tied the covering across his mouth as if he were a low-born bandit. It'd have to do for now. Haern crept to the door and lay flat upon the floor. From what he could see through the crack, the hallway was empty. A lone torch flickered opposite, the source of his light. Now the real test. He stood and gently checked the door. It wasn't locked. "Thank you," he whispered. "Now keep it up, all right?" He heard no footsteps, no shuffling of a bored guard or soft breathing of a slumbering man. Taking in a deep breath, Haern pushed the door open a crack and slid out into the hallway. It was empty. Haern gently shut the door behind him just in case. The carpet was thick and soft. He couldn't have asked for better. Small torches were lit every 20 feet, hanging from iron loops embedded in the walls. Bits of purple flickered in their centers. They released no smoke. Faced with yet another choice, Haern glanced left, then right. The hallway ended in a sharp turn either way. He didn't have the slightest clue where he was within the temple complex. One way might lead out. The other might lead farther in. He decided to go right, and if it didn't look promising, to hurry the other way. It turned out the way was correct, but still far from promising. Looming before him was the great open chamber of worship. The statue of Carrick towered before him, still intimidating even in profile. The purple fires burned at his feet, the only light visible. Shadows danced across the pews. 2 men knelt in prayer before their altar. A third slowly circled the room, softly singing something more akin to a funeral dirge than a worship hymn. His hands were lifted to the ceiling and his eyes half closed. The 2 praying he might sneak past, but the circling priest was another matter. Haern leaned back into the hallway, knowing his time to escape was fleeting. He couldn't let 3 men stop him. He was the former son of Thren Fellhorn. He wouldn't let 3,000 men stop him. "Keep circling," Haern whispered. When the priest was on the opposite side of the room, Haern ran as fast as he could, his upper body crouched down. The motion made his legs ache and his back twinge. But he recited a mental litany against pain taught him by one of his tutors. When he was halfway to the first row of pews, one of the praying men leaned back and shouted in a twisted cry of pain and triumph. Haern's instinct was to freeze, but he didn't obey it. That was something else he'd long ago been trained to ignore. He rolled behind the first row, then spun about to look. One priest stood before the statue, a knife in hand. Blood spilled from his other arm, his severed hand lying on the smooth obsidian altar. Haern's eyes locked upon the knife. It was a bit ornate, no doubt intended for sacrifice instead of battle, but it would have to do. He tried not to think on the horror of seeing a man mutilate himself in the name of his god. The other praying priest stood and wrapped his arms around the bleeding man. The third continued his circling and singing as if nothing unusual were happening. "Do not fight the pain," the unwounded one said. "In darkness we bleed to prevent the darkness spreading to others. We must give all to defy the chaos of this world. Your pain is nothing compared to the suffering of thousands." Haern crawled along the right side of the pews. Time was running out. The hallway leading to the center aisle clearly looked like an exit, but if he didn't reach it before the circling priest came up behind him, he'd be spotted. "Karak be praised!" shouted the mutilated priest. Haern felt his stomach tighten at another cry of pain. He didn't dare look, but it sounded like one of them was sobbing. The dire hymn continued in its low, maniacal consistency. At last, Haern was at the final row. He lowered himself to the ground, looking for the feet of the circling priest. Once he was on the opposite side yet again, Haern ran toward the center. He immediately fled when he saw what awaited him down the long entryway hall. Two priests leaning against the door, their heads bowed and their arms crossed. He couldn't see their eyes in the split second before he rolled to the pews on the other side. Their hoods were pulled low. They might be asleep, or they might have spotted his roll. No shouts of warning came from the doors. He had gone unnoticed. "Thanks, Asher," he whispered under his breath. There was no way he could sneak past the two of them, nor could he subdue them with his bare hands. Only one option remained. He made his way back toward the front. The bleeding priest had stopped crying, instead sucking loud, labored breaths in through clenched teeth. The other had begun reciting a series of scriptures that cooled Haern's blood. "Only in death is life reborn. Only in blood is sin denied. Only in darkness is the world saved. Only in absolute emptiness is there order. Praise be to Karak. Praise be," the other priest stammered. The circling priest switched hymns, his voice deepening and the words slowing. Haern couldn't understand the lyrics, but the song gave him the shivers. The two priests up front weren't helping either. Judging by the song, the man was near the door. Time was short. Haern looked around the pew to the statue. The first priest had placed the dagger upon the altar, its hilt and blade covered with blood. Beside it was a severed hand. The other was clutching him, repeating scriptures while blood seeped into the bandages wrapped around the stump. "Forgive me my theft," the wounded priest murmured, his skin pale and his eyes rolled back in his head. His words mingled with the scriptures, blending in perfect harmony. "Forgive me my theft, Lord. Wounded I enter, but enter I will. Only in blood is sin denied. Forgive me my theft, Lord. Whole I sinned, but wounded I enter. Only in darkness is this world saved. Forgive me my theft, Lord. I deny myself the chaos. Only in absolute emptiness is there order," the two repeated as one. Haern chose that moment to strike. He kicked the unwounded priest behind the knee, the man's head smacking the altar on the way down. Planting his feet firm, Haern rammed his body against the other, elbowing the bloody stump. The priest cried out, staggering backward on weak legs. Giving neither time to respond, Haern scooped up the dagger, spun, and slashed open the first priest's throat. As his body spasmed, Haern turned to the other and lunged. The dagger pierced the man's chest. "Only in blood," the priest whispered with his dying breath. A bolt of shadow struck Haern's side. He cried out, stunned by the immense agony. It felt like every nerve in the area was firing off sensations of pain. Rolling to avoid the next, Haern clutched the dagger with both hands. The hilt was slick with blood, and he might lose it if he wasn't careful. "Killed amid worship?" the third priest shouted, his deep voice booming in the great room. "You will suffer for such blasphemy!" 2 more bolts of shadow flew from the priest's hands, splintering wood and cracking stone where they struck. Haern ran between the pews, using their wood for cover. The priest was halfway down the center aisle. Close enough. Haern stepped onto a pew and leaped with all his strength. His body stretched, the dagger lashing out. The priest, stunned by the sudden assault, tried to ward himself. The spell died on his lips as the dagger slashed his face. Then their bodies collided. Haern screamed as his shoulder rammed the priest's chest, wrenching his whole body violently. He spun and landed awkwardly on a pew, his feet sticking into the air and his stomach pressed against the seat. The priest fared better, collapsing into a sitting position on the pew. "Suffer!" the priest shouted. The word carried power with it. Haern rolled to the floor, his mind white with pain. His wounds from the lion raged. Blood soaked his clothing, some his, some not. He felt the dagger slipping from his weakened hand. "You cannot resist Carrick's power," the priest said, reaching down to take away the dagger. "How such a simple boy could kill 2 of his—" Haern put a leg underneath him and pushed, ramming himself into the priest's stomach before the man could close his fingers about the hilt. The man's hands clawed about him, flailing. Haern stabbed once, twice, then twisted the blade upon yanking it out. Blood shot across the front of his shirt. "Carrick is nothing to me," Haern said, feeling a sick joy at denying the man's dark god even as he died. He had no time, though. The 2 other priests had come running down the long entryway and into the room beyond. Unlike the other 3, they were not caught unaware. Dark magic crackled around their fingertips as they summoned the might of their god. Haern ducked below the pew, cleaned the handle on the dead priest's robe, and then took a deep breath. With the sounds of battle, the rest of the priesthood would soon awaken and join them. He had one chance to escape, and that involved a head-on approach against 2 furious priests. "Protect me? Or make sure I die," Haern prayed, staring at the dagger. Either way, he had no intention of staying. Dagger clutched tight in his right hand, he made his charge. Bolts of shadow struck the pews, exploding their wood into splinters. They hit to either side of him, for Haern had leaped over the first row, using the seat to catapult himself into the air. He flew heels first, curling gracefully to land atop the very last row. More bolts chased him, but he twirled into another jump, the dagger flashing with each spin as it caught the light of the altar's fire. When he landed, he did not engage, but instead ran between them, his dagger lashing outward. The one on the right screamed as the tendons underneath his arm tore, blood rushing down his side. Haern went to cut the other, but the priest clapped his hands together. A wave of power rolled outward, knocking the boy aside as if he were an insect before a storm. "Get back!" the priest on the left told his wounded friend, who reluctantly obeyed. Haern took 2 steps toward the door as if to flee, then dropped flat on the ground. A blast of red lightning shot above his head, breaking the thick bar across the doors. Haern rolled to his knees and kicked. Instead of directly charging the priest, he lunged to the side, ramming his shoulder against the wall. Another bolt of shadow struck the ground, missing by inches. Both priests began their prayers for another spell, but Haern was too close. Their hands moved as if in a dream, their bodies surrounded by molasses. Haern kicked off the wall, spun once, and slashed his dagger into the nearest priest's chest. Without slowing, he spun about the body, stabbed again, and then jumped toward the other. His foot crushed windpipe. His dagger pierced lung. The priests fell. Haern tossed the sacrificial dagger. "Carrick can keep it," he told the bodies. With the bar broken, he pushed open the doors with ease. He avoided the obsidian steps, not liking the way they glowed in the waning moonlight. The soft grass felt wonderful to his feet, as did the sudden rush of fresh air. Only the fence blocked his way. Haern laughed. After 5 priests, a fence would be child's play. He swung his weight from side to side as he shimmied up the bars, then somersaulted over the sharpened tops. The landing jarred his legs, adding more pain to his already impressive list. But he was out. He was free. Haern looked back to the temple, watching as it slowly turned into an earthly mansion, its columns fading into shadow and lies. It seemed an appropriate place to entomb the sins of Aaron Fellhorn forever. Free at last, Haern ran on, knowing he had much to do if he was to ruin his father's plans for the Kensgold. Not long after the dawn, the first of many wagons exited the western gate of Veldaren. More followed. They were Conningtons, loaded with barrels of wine and ale. Rows of mercenaries guarded them. Leon would have no repeat of the peach-pissing disaster. A few women went with them, trailing just behind. They were the first of what would soon be an army of camp followers. The wagons circled the hills, held back from the peaks by Keenan's men. Tents occupied every open spot. Prostitutes drifted among the mercenaries, latching onto those who appeared handsome or wealthy. More wagons arrived, these carrying wood and utensils for building fires and cooking the enormous amounts of food soon to follow. Old tables snaked throughout the camp, mismatched in color and style. By mid-afternoon the noise had grown so loud that those within Veldaren could hear the cacophony. Merchants not directly associated with the trifect packed up their wares and shifted west, setting up shop beside the gates or along the winding path leading toward the camps. Coin was traded between 1,000 hands. Lord Maynard Gemcroft's wagons arrived next, loaded with silks, chains, jewels, earrings, and a veritable army of mercenaries with swords drawn. The camp followers bedecked themselves in decorations far above their station, knowing the Kensgold would be their best night in years. Gold flowed at the Kensgold, as they always said. The meat wagons arrived late from the southern farms, much to the ire of Leon Connington's cooks. Leon had appointed himself master of the meal, but that meal could not truly begin until the first cows arrived for the butchers. They dug a ditch in the dirt south of the hill and let the blood flow. Flies buzzed about it, stubbornly withstanding the chill of the newly arrived winter. As cooks cut and chopped the meat, small fires spread across the hill, surrounded by stones and covered with spits and cauldrons. Until the meat was ready, the men and women gorged on biscuits, honey, and rolls basted with spices. Plenty of it was free, but far more was not. It never seemed to matter. The consumption grew. Atop the larger hill was a great pavilion, and within feasted the highest members of the trifect. Leon had staggered up the hill, all fat and sweat and silk, and boisterously clasped Laurie's hand. "I tell you, it's been many years since I feasted in the open air," he nearly shouted. "And the taxes! Preposterous! Thank the gods you thought of this place. You saved me a fortune on the cattle alone." Leon's family was distant, since he was unmarried and was yet to declare an official heir. Various aunts, uncles, and cousins traveled with him, decadent in their clothes and obstinate in their attitudes. Laurie quickly ushered them all into the pavilion, promising warmth, food, and drink, much of it Connington's, but still he offered. Maynard Gemcroft was the last of the 3 to arrive. He traveled in a caravan of over 200 mercenaries, along with another 100 servants, tasters, singers, jugglers, and other performers. While Leon had declared himself master of the meal, Maynard had taken over the entertainment. Slowly joining them in a steady stream were friends and families of the mercenaries, the cooks, the servants, the wealthy and the poor, along with many members of the thief guilds, their daggers poisoned and their eyes wide at the proliferation of gold and silver. An hour before nightfall, the Kensgold officially began. Chapter 31. While the Kensgold was gearing up, the leaders of the thief guilds met in a strange place for their kind, open air in broad daylight. They stood before the large fountain in the very center of Veldaren. Any gathering of so many leaders needed to be somewhere neutral, with many exits, otherwise no one would come. Given the absolute chaos of the Kensgold outside the city, traffic was almost non-existent within. As if infected with a massive plague, the whole city had emptied outward, flooding the surrounding hills with torches, campfires, tents, and song. Thren was the first to arrive. Any delay on his part might worry the others. Kadish Vel of the Hawk Guild was next, looking ugly as ever with his red teeth and loose eye patch. Then came Norris Vel, brother to Kadish and newly appointed master of the Serpent Guild after Thren had killed Galren, their old leader. The Shadow Guild had a new leader as well, a bulky man named Gart. "Just Gart," the man said when introducing himself to Thren. His hands were meaty and his voice slow. "My last name's a bitch." "What happened to your shank?" Thren asked. "I'm slow," Gart said, flexing his hands. "He was slower." James Baron of the Ash Guild was the last to arrive. All the leaders had been allowed to bring one trusted member, and Veliana was his. She glared at Kadish, but wisely held her tongue. "Where's the wolf?" Kadish asked as they stood about the fountain, looking nothing more than a group of old friends gathering before joining the festivities. So far, the only significant player in the underworld yet to arrive was Seinrich, master of the Wolf Guild. "He and his men are already scattered about the Kensgold," Thren explained. He kept his back to the fountain and the guildmasters to his front. "I will go to them with the real plan after discussing it with you all." "Real plan?" Kadish asked. "What do you mean, real plan?" Thren shrugged. "Do you think I would propose a plan so simple, or trust you and your ilk to keep it from leaking to the Trifect?" James stepped forward, unable to hide his anger. "You sicked your pets on me just so I would agree to a false plan? A suicidal assault on their camp amid the Kensgold that every one of us here knew would fail? Even you knew how stupid it was, yet we were made to suffer for refusing it?" The other members grumbled, none of them happy with being taken for fools. Thren silenced them by putting his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Enough," he said. "What is done is done. No matter how hard I might try, I knew the plan would reach the Trifect. That was the point. We will not launch an assault on the Kensgold, especially not with them outside the city. Without our walls, our shadows, our poison, we are nothing but an outnumbered army of children." "Your spiders may be children, but my hawks spill blood like men," Kadish said. "So what's the real plan?" asked Gart. "I still get to break necks?" "Their mansions are empty," Thren said, a smile growing on his face. "They've taken the vast bulk of their mercenaries and helpers. Now is when we strike. We will split up, half assaulting the Connington's estate, the other half the Gemcrofts. Kill everyone inside, and I mean everyone. Then we set our traps. When the Trifect return, we assault them from the windows and rooftops of their own homes. We'll kill their family, their friends. When it is time to run, we burn their mansions to the ground. They will suffer tonight, and suffer greatly. If we are lucky, we might kill Leon or Maynard during the assault, Thren looked to every single pair of eyes, judging their commitment. Despite their anger at being deceived, the simple but brutal plan seemed to excite their bloodlust. 5 years was a long time. Suddenly an end seemed in sight. "Who goes where?" Kadish finally asked. "The Hawks and the Ash will take out the Gemcrofts. The Serpents and the Shadows will go for the Conningtons." "And who will you go for?" James asked. "My men will be split among each of you," Thren said. "That way I show no preference, and therefore no risk of betrayal. As for who I go with, that is my own damn business." "You can't make us go with the Hawks," Veliana insisted, her outburst earning her a glare from both James and Kadish. "Come now. Your lovely presence will make the proceedings all the more exciting," Kadish said. "No arguing," Thren said. "No squabbles, no betrayals. We end this tonight." "Understood." They all reluctantly agreed. "I get to crush Connington blood," Gart said. He seemed tremendously happy. "Wait until the sun has dipped below the walls," Thren ordered. "Move in concert and keep it quiet. Once set up, things will take time. Kill any who might return early, and wait for the main force before you act. And no matter what, make sure the homes burn." They all scattered in various directions. Just as they were the last to arrive, James and Veliana were the last to leave. "His men are split, and he hides his own destination," Veliana said to her guildmaster. "There is no way to betray him without betraying other guilds as well. Now we play along, or make enemies of every living man and woman within Valderan." "Never said he was a fool," James said. "And you're right. The ambush we prepared was for him outside the city. We have nothing prepared, and cannot prepare with him hiding his location. It seems we were fooled when we had no right to be. I knew that plan was too simple and stupid for someone like Thren." "Then we put our faith in his new one," Veliana said, putting a hand on his shoulder. "Thren rules this day. Let us just hope that come the end of it, we're still alive." Elisa walked ahead of Zusa on their return to the Cull's camp, knowing her lead would make things easier for the other woman. Most of the guards stared at Zusa's face as they passed, frightened by her skill, yet drawn to her beauty. "Elisa!" shouted Yoren when he saw her. He stumbled over a pot, pushed aside another man, and then wrapped her in a ferocious hug. Kiss after kiss he planted on her face, and Elisa found herself relaxing in his arms and returning the kisses. After a moment he leaned back and let her stand, and that was when he noticed Zusa's face. "By Carrick, gal, where's your wrappings?" he asked. Zusa took a step back and crossed her arms as if embarrassed. "Gone," she said. "Why do you care?" Yoren didn't seem to know how to respond, so eventually he shrugged and took Elisa's hands in his. "Come," he said. "Father will be thrilled to see you. And what of the Dark Paladin? Did you elude him in the night?" "Zusa killed him," Elisa said as they walked around the tents on their way to the large pavilion. "Did she know?" He glanced back at Zusa. "At times I wondered about my decision to hire you. It seems you three were well worth the coin." "Just one now," Zusa said. Elisa heard the sadness in her voice, but Yoren prattled on without noticing. "We didn't know what to do. Theo thought to send search parties to look for... well, your body. I meant to go to Valdarin and see if the priests of Carrick had ya. Better alive and imprisoned than dead in a field, I figured. But here you are! More than I could have hoped for." Elisa glanced back at Zusa, who nodded. That nod gave her courage to continue. "Please, hurry me to your father," she said. "I have something he needs to hear." "On what matter?" Yoren asked. "For his ears alone," she said. If I am to rule in my father's place, there are some details I would prefer to organize with Theo first. He is Lord of Riverrun, at least in fact, if not in name. Haern looked none too pleased about this request, but he did not argue. Hoping her nervousness did not show, Elisa followed him into Theo's pavilion. The older man sat in a chair, the remnants of the morning meal splayed out before him on the table. "By the gods, Elisa Gemcroft, safe and sound!" Theo cried, shoving against his chair to aid himself in standing. "I thought my guards were just babbling nonsense. Either that, or some pretty whore from the Kensgold had wandered over and been mistaken for you." "I'm flattered by the comparison," Elisa said. "You should be, gal, looking as you do. I've seen my dogs drag in less dishevelled things than you. Twice now you've come to me in tatters. The Gemcroft line must be rolling in its graves." Elisa felt anger mix with her self-consciousness. Indeed, the wade through the river had dirtied her dress, and she'd torn the tight silk during her frantic run. Drying it by the fire had shrunk it considerably, and she'd torn it more, putting it back on. Her hair was a frightening mess, and she'd have given just about anything for a hot soak. Still, she was Elisa Gemcroft, heir to the northern mines, and she'd never willingly accept such insults. "If you have any desire to remain in my good graces come my ascension, you should bite your tongue. Or better yet, apologize for such remarks," Elisa said. "You first compare me to a whore, then to shit your dog's dragon?" Haern flushed red at the sudden outburst, but Theo only laughed at the fire that suddenly burned bright in her voice. "Quite right, and I do apologize, Lady Gemcroft. Come, let me fetch my serving women so they may bathe and dress you proper to your station." "No," she said, "I have business to discuss. Matters pertaining to my future holdings." "Surely these can wait," Haern began, but Elisa cut him off. "Now," she said, her eyes boring into Theo's. "Surely you would not insult a guest by denying them dealings? Or are the rumors I hear of the culls more truthful than I thought?" The whole tent quieted. Theo's smile drooped. The joy drained from his eyes. "So be it," he said. "Let us treat each other as partners of business. What is it you wish to discuss?" "Not yet," she said, glaring at Haern. "We talk alone." Haern scoffed, but Theo was in no mood. "Leave us," he said to his guards as well as his son. He pointed a finger at Zusa. "But she goes too." Zusa bowed. The pavilion emptied until Theo sat alone, his fingers rubbing his silvery knife. "You may sit if you desire," he offered. Elisa refused. "I have a question for you," she said. "My father has vexed you time and time again. Do you know why? Because you are a mere tax collector in a faraway city, scheming and fighting to take over a mere pittance of my father's property." "Where is your question, gal?" Theo asked, his hand clutching the wide table knife dangerously tight. "I can give you far more than some miserable land in Riverrun," Elisa said. "Which is more important to you? Your wealth or your son?" "What nonsense is this?" Theo roared. Elisa reached into her skirt and drew the dagger hidden within its secret pocket. 2 steps put her an arm's length from Theo's throat. The big man wisely paused, still clutching his knife as he tilted his head to one side. "Forgive me," he said. "I am still waiting for a true question, as well as an offer of deals and trades. But you are a woman, and unaccustomed to such matters, so I will be patient and give you another chance." "I will not marry Haern," she told him. "You will not inherit the Gemcroft line. But if I am declared lady of the estate, then I will reward you handsomely. My father has several mines in the northeast, not far from your little town. Your taxes and harassment have made them near unprofitable. I'll give them to you, as well as the properties you seek within Riverrun. You gain all this in return for disavowing any possible marriage between myself and your son." Theo rubbed his chin. "You seem to forget something," he said. "With your marriage, all of those would become mine in time, or at least my son's. Why would I give up so much just to gain what I would already have? And don't say because you threaten me, for I am not scared of your little toy." Alisa smiled. She was tired of being someone's plaything. It was good to finally be in charge. In the distance, she heard a couple of scattered shouts from the guards. "I knew you would say so," she said. "And even if you promised, I would never believe it. You speak in lies. All you culls do. And I was stupid to have believed them for so long. But give me my inheritance, Theo, and I promise to keep my word." "Is that so?" Theo asked. "Just because you—" And then he lunged at her, his arms swinging in a sideways arc to bat away her dagger. Alisa parried it smoothly aside, stepped closer, and then smashed her elbow into his throat. Theo fell back into his seat, gasping for air. His knife thudded to the dirt. "I've had enough training to deal with someone as slow as you," she said. "Are you listening, Theo? And are you watching? I hope you are." More guards shouted, this time closer. The tent flap flung open, and in stepped Zusa. Blood covered her wrappings. In her hand, held out like a gift, was the head of Yoren Kull. "Well done," Alisa said with a smile. Guards gathered at the entrance to the tent. Alisa pressed the tip of her dagger against Theo's throat and then turned to the men. "Step inside, he dies," she told them. A quick nod from Theo ensured they obeyed. Despite her ragged appearance, her mussed hair, and her dirty face, Alisa felt like herself once more, only stronger and wiser than when her father had cast her into the cold cells below their household. "Tell us your orders, Lady Gemcroft," Zusa said. Alisa looked back to Theo, her smile growing wider. "Mercenaries," she said. "They work only for coin." And then she thrust the dagger. With their only hopes of payment dead, either stabbed or beheaded, the mercenaries switched allegiance with practiced ease as Zusa cried out the wealth of the Gemcroft family line. "You have your army," Zusa said, sliding up next to her moments later. "Because of you," Alisa said, taking Zusa's hand and then kissing it in mid-curtsy. Her beautiful face no longer hidden by veil and wrappings, Zusa smiled and curtsied in return. Chapter 32. The outer limits of the Kensgold were filled with sellswords and the poor. The food and drink radiated outward from the many banquet tables and kegs. Thren had debated a more thorough disguise than his low hood, dirtied face, and slight limp, but decided against it. With near 1,000 faces swarming about the area, he'd need a fraction of his skill to go unnoticed. By Carrick, he could have stripped naked and still struggled for attention considering the amount of sex going on everywhere. No doubt the whores would be sore for weeks, but even the ugliest of them clutched silver coins tightly between her fingers. At the base of the two hills, the parked wagons formed a perimeter, their gaps lined with mercenaries. Thren did not challenge their ring, instead joining the crowd that lingered nearby in the hope of catching the more private and privileged festivities. Beside him was a hastily constructed wooden platform kept empty by a couple of Leon's soldiers. Thren didn't know its purpose, but assumed it was for some sort of loud singer or shameless erotic dancing troupe. He didn't care to find out either. Where he stood was the southernmost portion of the larger hill, exactly where he'd told the Wolf Guild to meet him. His patience was nearing its end when a man in a brown cloak and gray shirt approached. You stand well enough for one with a limp, the man said. The knee don't like bending, Thren replied, feigning an Omnish accent. What right you got to be asking? The right of a wolf, the man said, flashing him a toothy grin. His makeup was heavy, but Thren recognized those sharpened canine teeth. Your disguise trumps my own, Thren said. I was to be here longer than you, said Cynric, guildmaster of the wolves. A pungent dye covered his gray hair with a layer of brown, the dirt on his face hiding his pale skin and ritual scars. For a moment each held his tongue, staring up the hill at the elite of the trifect. Neither sensed watching eyes or attentive ears around them, so they continued. I've 30 men throughout the crowds, Cynric said. They await my howl. I've counted the number of guards, ignoring those on the outer ring. Over 400 protect the main hill, and another 200 the smaller. Our claws are sharp, but they do little against steel armor. I hope you have a better plan. Thren nodded, hearing nothing he hadn't expected. The plan is in motion, Wolf. We do not attack them here. Your men are a diversion, nothing more. Cynric chuckled. I had thought as much. Gathering everyone here for a direct strike didn't quite play to our strengths. So, would you care to share the real plan? I'd hate for my wolves to miss out on the bloodshed. Once the Kensgold nears its end, you will join me in assaulting the Gemcroft household. Our kind will have already taken over their estate and set up traps throughout. We will seal their exit once they realize the trap is sprung and try to flee. They'll be like a wounded doe, Cynric said. You and your hunting analogies, Thren said, and he laughed in spite of himself. Trumpets sounded atop the hill. A steady procession of sellswords moved directly toward them, Leon Connington in tow. From the west, mercenaries lifted a giant wooden cage on poles from atop a wagon and brought it toward the stage. The door was heavily chained and bolted. It had no gaps in its sides, hiding whatever might be within. What is going on? Thren asked, bracing himself. Because of the trumpets, the crowd had surged in his direction, packed together so tightly he'd have a devil of a time pushing his way out. Given their position, he and Cynric had a front-row seat to whatever foolishness was about to begin. Leon's bragged about a special event planned to start the Kensgold, Cynric explained, not even bothering to whisper. The chaos around them would drown out anything they said. As to what, I don't know. None of my men and women could find out through coin or flesh. Thren nodded, feeling uneasy. He didn't like surprises, and even worse, he hated lacking a quick exit. Shoving aside 100 bodies was no easy feat. Come, come, he heard Leon Connington shout as he hobbled after his guards. Maynard and Laurie traveled with him, and at the sight Thren felt his heart jump. All 3 leaders, there in the clear. If they were to die, the entire plan would be unnecessary. His war against the trifect would be won. I don't suppose you have a crossbow on you? He asked Cynric. Sadly, the man shook his head. Damn. The trifect family stopped far up the hill, keeping a good distance between themselves and the crowd. Mercenaries surrounded them, looking serious and stiff in their patchwork armor. Grunting from the weight, the group of sellswords placed the covered cage down in the center of the stage. The crowd murmured, wondering what exotic creature might be trapped within. An old man approached the stage and held up his hands for silence. Thren recognized him as Leon's advisor, Potts. This day, my Lord Connington brings a gift, not to the trifect, but to you, wonderful people of Valdaran, the old man shouted. Those who hadn't quieted before did so now. The din lowered to a murmuring hush. Long they have stolen from you, Potts continued. Long they have made you cower and hide in fear of poison and blade. We have fought them for you, bled for you, and died for you. A few whistled, but not many. Given the sheer amount of free food and wine floating about, it would seem in bad taste to argue. What is going on here? Thren hissed to Cynric. I told you, I don't know, the Wolf-Master replied. Potts turned back toward the hill and pointed. A procession of 5 men walked down from the pavilion. They wore plain brown robes, their heads and faces clean-shaven. Thin tattoos circled their necks and wrists before traveling upward like veins toward their eyes. Both guildmasters knew who they were, immediately. They were the Gentle Touchers, Leon's skilled masters of torture. Thren felt his stomach drop as if full of lead. He suddenly knew who was within the cage. Damn them, he whispered. Gods fucking damn them. The 5 surrounded the cage and raised their hands. With a dramatic sweep of his arms, Potts ordered the cage opened. The Gentle Touchers yanked out the bolts from its sides. The cage collapsed, its walls coming apart like a broken child's toy. Standing perfectly still, his body tied to a thick pole, was Will. The Gentle Touchers rushed forward, taking the pole and jamming it into a hole in the stage, securing it tight. Will looked exhausted but unharmed otherwise. He had been stripped naked but for a plain loincloth. His thick muscles tensed against the ropes binding his hands and feet. Will the Bloody, Potts shouted, the right hand of Thren Fellhorn, the enforcer of the spiders. We give him to you now, people of Veldaren, to you, and to the Gentle Touchers. Enjoy the show, Leon shouted from the hill. Give 'em blood! One of the Gentle Touchers put down a small table he had carried from the wagon. Another unrolled a canvas wrapping filled with instruments. They started with the small pins. 2 focused on each hand, taking their pins and slowly pushing them underneath Will's fingernails. 2 more did the same to his toes. The 5th constantly surveyed the ropes, tightening when necessary, grabbing hold of Will and keeping him still when he flexed his fingers or tried to bend his knees. Once enough pins were in place, they split apart their duties. One took a small set of pliers and peeled back a fingernail. Another took a thin pin and jammed it into the exposed flesh underneath. A different Gentle Toucher used a hammer and a blunt piece of wood to smash down on the toenails with pins underneath. With each strike, Will's entire body thrashed against the ropes. Like art, Cynric said as he watched. Like fucking art. Thren's hands shook as he watched. He refused to look away. Somehow Will had been caught, and like a damn fool, Thren hadn't gone looking for him. He might have spared his closest enforcer this terrible tragedy. Even better, he might have spared him the spectacle. Hundreds of people howled and cheered with every moan and scream he made. 2 Gentle Touchers simultaneously grabbed Will's little toes with pliers and pulled them back until they were so out of joint they were perpendicular to the rest. Thren watched as Will the Bloody, the strongest, fiercest member of his guild, wept like a child. And they hadn't even cut him yet. Only a little bit of blood trickled from his fingers to the wood stage. The Gentle Touchers ripped off Will's loincloth, taking their needles and pliers to his groin. Change of plans, Thren said. His face was an icy mask, his disguise barely hiding his rage. He pointed at Leon, not caring if any saw. He's mine, he said, his voice so cold that Cynric shivered. I'll leave the Gemcroft ambush to you. If I can, I will join you, but I need to make sure that if Leon's taken, he's taken alive. No one else must kill him. That pleasure will be mine, and mine alone. Cynric turned and shoved his way through the crowd, not desiring to watch any more. Thren kept his hands clenched, refusing to be weak. No spectacle would defeat him. He stared at Will's eyes, hoping that for at least one moment they would meet his. He wanted Will to see Leon's death in his stare, to see the rage and know that no man, not even a member of the Trifect, could escape it. After 20 minutes, the Gentle Touchers brought out their knives. 10 minutes later, Will died. The crowd cheered, thrilled with the spectacle. Their cheers rose when Will's head rolled off the platform. A few men kicked it about, laughing as if it were all a game. Another lifted it high above him, as if it were a trophy. Just before he left the throng, Thren stabbed him in the back, and then vanished before anyone even noticed the drunken man was dead. With so many processions of food and wagons moving westward, Haern had an easy time procuring himself something to eat. He kept his mask over his face, feeling comfortable only with it on. Afterward, he found the main hideout for the Spider Guild and scouted for a hiding place. With the whole guild soon to move out, he only needed to follow one to find the rest. One of the nearby homes had a tunnel dug underneath, so Haern crawled in through the window of a finely furnished house opposite. Thankfully, the occupants were long gone, most likely enjoying the festivities. Haern grabbed some pillows from the bed and stretched out across the floor. With his belly full and his body aching, sleep was welcome. He offered a single prayer before closing his eyes, and that was for no dreams. The prayer went unanswered. Haern dreamed of the lion, snarling at him in fury. When he awoke, cold sweat poured off his body. The wounds from the lion's roar had reopened and bled anew. Haern bandaged them using strips of the cheapest-looking shirt he could find, feeling a little guilty as he did. Whoever owned the home would certainly think him the oddest burglar ever. When he glanced outside, he saw the sun not far from setting. Expecting the bulk of the activity to happen after dark, Haern straightened up, stretched his muscles, and then watched. An hour crawled by, quiet and boring. Just when he began thinking of switching locations, Haern spotted 3 men in the gray of the Spider Guild exit the front door. They hurried north, their cloaks flapping in the air behind them. Haern didn't bother going downstairs. He propped the window halfway open, slid out, and then dashed along the rooftops. The buildings were close enough together that he could follow at a swift pace without any fear of being spotted. For a moment, he wished he had the dagger he'd tossed back to the priests of Carrick. Whenever it came time to act, he didn't like the idea of being weaponless. He'd have to find a way to arm himself, and quick. The 3 men traveled through the alleys and back corners, avoiding the main roads whenever possible. Haern smiled. If he'd followed along the ground, it might have been troubling. Up on the rooftops, he took straight paths where they took winding ones. It didn't take much guesswork to follow them. They were traveling toward the Gemcroft mansion. With how empty the streets were, Haern picked up occasional snippets of their conversation. Part of him was furious at how freely they talked. Sickness hit his stomach when he thought of how Thren would have punished them if he had known. To think he had loved a man like that. Haern shook his head. Still loved. He couldn't lie to himself. Thren was a monster, yet still his father. Turning blind eyes toward his feelings would only endanger himself. Of a fire, Haern heard one say. Can't wait myself, said another. What about James? Wait until everything's crazy. Kadish will. And then they were too far gone. Haern scrambled about a chimney, leaped over a thin alley, then stopped at his new perch. The expansive Gemcroft mansion stretched out before him on the opposite side of the street. Below him, the 3 men of the Spider Guild gathered and waited. For what? Haern was not sure. They were talking again. Haern took step after careful step along the roof, testing each one to make sure it would hold silently. Once he was near, he lay flat on his stomach and put an ear to the edge. If the men had been whispering, he wouldn't have heard, but their discipline seemed to have vanished with their excitement. "Abyss are those blasted hawks," said the one on the left. "We're still early," said the one on the right. "Ash Guild ain't here either," said the middle, cleaning his fingernails with his dagger. "Wonder if those cowardly skirts will even come." "Thren got to James," said left. "The Ash boys will show." "Wouldn't bother me none if the hawks stayed roosting overnight," said right. "All of them fuckers would sooner kill you than rob you. They turned a little turf war into some goddamn bloodbath. No decency among them, none at all." "People get that from their leader," said middle. "Kadish is to blame. Guy likes to eat flesh, people flesh. Everyone knows it." Haern scoffed. The three idiots below him certainly didn't take after their guild leader. A part of him hoped Thren would show up while they were still talking, just so Haern could hear their chastisement. A much larger part hoped he'd never see his father again. "Look, that way," said Wright, pointing farther down the street. A group of 8 men in the dress of the Hawk Guild marched openly in the center of the street. Curved daggers flashed from their belts. "They out of their mind?" asked left. "We've declared war," said middle. "Looks like Kadish wants everyone to see it." Haern turned his head so he could watch. Kadish led the way, smiling his red smile. The eye patch hung loose over his face. The hawks drew their daggers as they neared. "Where's the rest of you?" asked middle, stepping closer. He pointed toward the mansion, of which they were in full view. "And did you think to use a bit of stealth? Any guards in there won't care much for a couple of cloaks scouting the place, but you're acting like you're a damn army." "Who says we aren't?" Kadish asked. "And my men are coming. The question is, where's the Ash Guild? And what about the rest of the little crawly spiders?" A bolt struck the ground by their feet, its tip exploding into a puff of thick gray smoke. Both parties turned to see a single man approaching, his dress that of the Ash Guild. "About time," said Kadish. "Where's your masters?" The man reloaded his small crossbow, but kept it pointed at the ground. "Waiting for my signal," the Ash scout explained. "Of course, I never expected so many to gather openly in front of the gates of our target." "Give your signal, then," said left. "The sun is almost to the wall. Whatever few guards are left inside have got to be ready for us." "I'm not to signal until I see someone with authority from the Spider Guild." Kadish rolled his eye and swore. "I've got authority. Now call for him," said middle, jamming his thumb against his chest. "Real authority," said the scout. The Spider Guild members sighed. "It'll be a moment, then," said middle. "They're coming. Spiders crawl all over the place." Haern suddenly realized just how vulnerable he was. Stupid, he thought. If he had gotten the idea to spy on them from the rooftop, then surely others would as well. He slid away from the edge, started to roll, and then felt a hand clamp over his mouth. The tip of a dagger pressed against his side. "Don't scream," a feminine voice whispered into his ear. Haern looked up to see Kayla smiling down at him. "Kayla," Haern said. "What stupidity brought you here?" she asked. The two met in the center of the roof so that their whispers would not be noticed by the bickering men on the ground. I need to do something," he said. He felt his face blush. "I was going to stop them. I wanted to ruin Thren's plans." Kayla bit her lip and stared. Even with his mask, Haern felt naked. He crossed his arms and looked away. "I'm to lead this half against the Gemcrofts," she said. "Senkei moves against the Connington mansion. There's hundreds of men on either side, Aaron. You can't stop this." The boy shook his head. "Not Aaron," he said. "Not now, not ever again." Aaron's dead. I'm Haern now. Kayla shrugged. So be it, Haern. You want out of this life? Then get out. You're strong, you're smart. Make a life for yourself in Kinamn. Or even in Modena if you feel like traveling all the way across the rivers to the other side of the world. But this is Friend's city. Your father's city. Leave, please. You'll only get yourself killed trying to interfere. Haern shook his head. I'm no coward, he said, and you're wrong. This city belongs to no one. But Thren's only scared people into thinking that. I can stop them. I can stop the fear. Kayla stood to her full height and shook her head. We're ending this whole stupid war. The trifect dies tonight. Don't die with it, Haern. She turned to go, then stopped. One of her throwing daggers whirled through the air, embedding into the wood roof beside Haern's leg. In case you need it, she said. He looked up at her, his eyes bloodshot. Kayla stared at him, then crossed her arms and looked away. If I tell you something, she said, something good, something hopeful, will you leave my operation be? Haern tucked the dagger into his belt. It weighed less than a dagger should, and its curve was greater than he liked, but it was vastly better than nothing. I promise, he said, not sure if he was lying or not. Delicia is alive, Kayla said. Her words struck him like a hammer. I brought her to the priests of Asher. They saved her. Whatever vendetta you carry, whatever guilt, just let it go. Make your new life elsewhere, Haern. She blew him a kiss and then hopped off the roof, slowing her fall by grabbing hold with her hand for a brief moment. Haern didn't come near to listen to her take charge, didn't look down the streets to where members of the three guilds seemed to be coming out of nowhere. All he could think of was how Delicia had bled in his arms, the arrow piercing her back. Haern remembered the phantom image of the girl that had haunted his stay in Carrick's temple, of her pleading with him, of the cold fire and her insistence that she had prayed to deaf ears. All lies. The lion's lies. He felt his anger grow. Kayla, he said. Thank you so much. He turned and leaped from roof to roof, feeling his heart soaring at the news. Delicia was alive. He couldn't believe it. Delicia was alive. Praise Asher. Alive. Despite his joy, he knew he couldn't abandon his responsibility. He'd keep his promise, though. Kayla had said Senke was leading the other assault. Hoping he still had time, Haern dropped to the ground and raced toward Leon Connington's estate. At Kayla's command, the three guilds split and surrounded Gemcroft's estate. James and his Ash Guild took the east, Kadish and his Hawks the west. They used no stealth, no subterfuge. Tonight was a night of open power, a display for the whole city to see. The underworld had risen, its teeth were bared, and while the moon crept over the wall, they would taste blood. "You see them?" asked Veliana, who had insisted she stay with the Spider Guild instead of accompanying her guildmaster. She pointed toward one of the lower windows. Its curtains ruffled and swayed. "Guards," Kayla said. "There shouldn't be many." "And if there are?" asked Veliana. Kayla shrugged. "Then we have more to kill," she said as she raised her hand. Scouts from both guilds saw her movement and mimicked it. After a count of 5, she flung down her arm. With a soft sigh of ruffled cloaks and padded feet, the assault began. Kayla led the front, climbing up ropes that her guild members flung over the spikes at the top. She vaulted over, Veliana at her side and keeping up with every movement. 40 of the Spider Guild landed on the front lawn. Once they were gathered together, Kayla charged ahead, her cloak flapping behind her and her hands clutching 2 of her throwing daggers. During their planning, the one thing they hadn't been able to account for with certainty was the deadliness of Maynard's traps. Her heart in her throat, Kayla dashed across the grass toward the front door, praying she wasn't one of the unlucky ones. An explosion from behind knocked her to the ground. Rock and dirt rained atop her as several men screamed in pain. Veliana's arms were upon her instantly, tugging her up and pushing her forward. "Never stop!" Veliana shouted as they ran. More explosions rocked the lawn, turning its pristine slopes and gentle curves into a violent assault of fire and stone. Kayla had no idea what magic might be behind them. A few of her guild members had rushed ahead of her, and she watched one scream as flame burst upward from a sudden tear in the ground. The force blew him all the way back against the gate. His head snapped violently against the bars. Kayla forced herself to look away. She heard similar explosions of noise and force from other parts of the estate. It seemed the devilish traps completely surrounded the building. When they were halfway to the front doors, windows on all floors were flung open. Guards with bows and crossbows leaned out, unleashing a deadly barrage. The thieves rolled and ducked, some inadvertently setting off more of the explosions. Smoke billowed to the sky. Kayla flung a dagger, wounding one guard in the shoulder. She saved the rest. The distance was too great. A stone portico protected them from arrows at the main door. Kayla moved aside as two spiders knelt underneath it and pulled out their lock-picking instruments. "They'll have it barred," Veliana shouted. "One thing at a time," Kayla yelled back. The rest of the spider guild collected underneath the covering, a few stepping out to hurl daggers or fire crossbows. Veliana watched for a moment, then grabbed Kayla's arm. "Move out, now!" she shouted. "Go through the windows." "What?" asked Kayla. "The locks. If the same trap was on the lock—" It was too late. The doors exploded outward, fire trailing after the shockwave. Kayla rolled along the ground, lucky to have been far enough to the side. Lying on her stomach, she looked up through the smoke and debris to see a great pile of corpses spread out along the steps leading to the door. Fellow members of her guild lay twisted and burned, some with bones poking out from their skin, others still alive and sobbing in pain. Of her initial 40, only 15 remained alive and able to fight. "Shit," Veliana said beside her, resting on her hands and knees. "Hope the others are doing better." Kayla accepted Veliana's help up. They rushed the doors, which were now wide open. Soldiers with spears braced before the entrance. Compared to the traps, though, they were a welcome relief. Kayla hurled her daggers while two others fired crossbows. The rest of the spiders dashed between the spears, lashing out with their blades. Only 6 men had come to guard the front, far too few to hold them off. Once they had broken through, the rest of the guild flooded inside. Kayla stopped at the inner foyer, slumping against a side wall and closing her eyes for a moment. "We can't hide this," Veliana said, having remained at her side. "We follow our orders," Kayla said, her eyes still closed. "Forget your orders. Maynard won't fall for this trap. His yard is wrecked, his door's broken. Fuck, I wouldn't be surprised if they can see this smoke all the way from the Kensgold." "We need to find out how the others fared," Kayla said, pushing herself off the wall. "And no matter what, we need to prepare this place for burning." Screams filled the halls as the spiders pushed deeper into the mansion. On the far sides, the hawks and ashes were certainly doing the same. The two women explored the estate. The occasional body of a guard lay in their path, but more often it was that of a young girl or boy wearing plain clothes. Simple servants, Kayla noted. She tried to steel herself against what she saw. She had known this would happen. She had warned herself plenty, but the carnage was horrific. They stepped into a bedroom to find two hawks standing over a young girl who couldn't be any older than 12. Her clothes were torn, her face bruised. Veliana inhaled sharply. "Vic!" she hissed, unheard by either. The other man pulled down his pants, and Kayla flung a dagger deep into his back. "What the fuck?" shouted Vic. Kayla twirled another dagger in her hand, her eyes wide with anger. "Clean and quick," she said. "I made that damn clear before." "That what you want?" said the hawk. "Fine. Come here, bitch." He grabbed the girl, flung her down onto her knees, and then slashed open her throat. The girl cried and gagged as her blood spilled across her dress. Letting go of her hair, Vic laughed as she dropped dead to the carpet. "Hope you're happy," he said. "She might have had a few more minutes of fun before we did her in." The dagger stopped its twirl in Kayla's hand. The two stared at one another. Veliana watched, a smirk growing across her face. "Don't you Vic started to say before Veliana stepped in, drew her own dagger, and thrust it into his chest. His eyes bulged. Veliana grabbed his hair in her hands as she pulled her weapon free. "You betrayed me," she told him. "Betrayed me? Then betrayed your guild to join the Hawks? A shame I don't have the time to make you suffer for it." He died, Veliana's dagger rammed deep into his throat. Feeling the cold shock creeping through her, Kayla stared at all the blood. The little girl's death haunted her vision. What was the matter with her? She sold information. She spied on men and women in alleys. What could have possessed her to think this was the life for her? To think she was some sort of general, someone to stand beside Thren Fellhorn and belong? The blood spread further. Power, she thought. Is this the power I sought? "It's brutal, but this is the life we've chosen," Veliana said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Kayla thought of all the sacrifices she'd already made to put herself in this position. After tonight, she would be in Thren's highest graces. She would almost be a queen in power. But when she looked over at Veliana and saw the honest compassion in her eyes, her resolve broke. The woman had fought at her side, pulling her to safety when she should have died at the explosion at the front door. And in return? "Thren wants us to kill you," Kayla whispered. A shadow seemed to fall over Veliana's face. "What?" she asked. "Once the mansion is secure, we're to help the Hawks kill you all," Kayla explained. "Please, you must get out now." "But we gave in," Veliana said. "We gave him what he wanted." "Doesn't matter," Kayla said. "James resisted once. He might again. This night is Thren's victory, don't you understand? Not over just the trifect, but over everyone. He's even planned to kill the king. After tonight, the city is his." Veliana slammed the door to the bedroom shut and spun to face Kayla. "We have little time, then," she said. "Were your men to wait for a signal?" Kayla shook her head. "No, the Hawks were to start it. We just needed to stay out of the way and help if needed." "Shit," muttered Veliana. "I need to warn James. We need to get him out of here now." "It's too late," Kayla said. "Can't you hear? It's already started." Veliana paused to listen, the color draining out of her face. Screams had indeed continued. Each had thought at first that they were those of the Gemcroft House guards, or perhaps remaining members of his household. But they were too many for how much time had passed. The Hawks had turned on the ash, without warning and without mercy. "You let us walk into this damn trap," Veliana said, closing in on Kayla. "All because of Thren? All because of that stupid, egotistical shit? I'll make him pay. His son! Where is his son?" "Haern?" Kayla asked as she took a small step backward, her hand resting on her belt of daggers. Veliana drew her own and then pointed one at Kayla's neck. "You know his plans?" Veliana said. "I may not be skilled enough to kill Thren, but I can kill his son. At least I can inflict some measure of pain on that withered heart of his. Now, tell me, where is Haern?" Kayla hesitated, and that was enough for someone as fast as Veliana. She dodged to one side, avoiding Kayla's thrown dagger, and then delivered a kick to the head. As Kayla collapsed, Veliana fell upon her, her knees on her wrists and her dagger at her throat. "My guild is dying as we speak," Veliana seethed, her face inches from Kayla's. "I have nothing left to lose. Nothing. So do not think I would lie to you now. Tell me, or I'll do to you what was done to me." Her wounded eye was ugly and red, and Kayla stared at the milky pupil in horror as Veliana's dagger slowly trailed up her neck toward her left eye. "I set him away," she said. "He was watching us, so I made him promise to leave us be. He's turned against his father. He wants to stop all this, but he's just a boy. Just a stupid boy." Veliana left her dagger pressed against Kayla's face as she thought. "He lied to you?" she whispered. "Just like his father? He'll promise one thing and do another. He's at Leon Connington's estate. He must be." She stood and slowly backed away, watching for the slightest movement on Kayla's part. "You gave me warning," Veliana said. "For that, I'll let you live." "Haern has done nothing wrong," Kayla said. "Hate the Spider Guild, and justly so. But he's not his father. He's done nothing wrong." "Neither did she," Veliana said, pointing at the body of the dead girl. She put her ear against the door, listening. When all was silent, she kicked it open and ran. Kayla rose to her knees, rubbing at her throat where Veliana's knife had pressed. She stared at the bodies around her and wondered how she had fallen so far. All she had wanted was a bit of coin, but Thren had given her a taste of power. He'd hinted at something even greater. Now an ocean of blood swirled across the mansion floor, its guilt on her as much as anyone else. Except Thren. As if her thoughts had summoned him, Thren Fellhorn stepped inside the room and glanced about. Dimly, she wondered how much time had passed. "The Ash Guild is no more," he said, sounding disinterested. He stepped about, seeing the dead hawks and the young girl. "What is going on here, Kayla? Get off your knees. You aren't some low-rent whore." "We lost too many," Kayla said. She felt cold inside. Her skin tingled, and she felt certain death awaited her. "We failed you. We can spring no trap here." Thren tilted his head to one side. He cupped her chin in his hand and forced her to look him in the eye. "If you failed, it was because of the strength of our opponent and my failure to prepare accordingly. I saw the remnants of the spells on my way inside. Maynard prepared well for us, far better than the others." Thren nodded toward the carnage. "You haven't answered my question. What happened here?" She glanced at the two dead rogues. "They disobeyed orders," she said. "I made them pay for it." Thren smiled at her. "Death for disobedience," he said. "A woman after my own heart." He kissed her forehead. "Come with me to the Kensgold. The attack at Leon's has gone smoothly so far, and I've ordered Senkei to leave Leon alive so I might give him his deserved punishment. Still, we have much to do before that fight begins. We've struck at the Connington and Gemcroft families, but the Keenans have so far gone unscathed. That changes now." Thren left the bedroom and headed toward the mansion's exit. As if lost in a nightmare, Kayla followed. Chapter 33. The king was in a fouler mood than normal. From the window of a castle tower, he had observed the great masses traveling west out of Valderan, followed by the start of the feasting and celebrations. Gerend was waiting for him in his throne room. 16 guards protected His Majesty when he entered. "It looks like an army gathers at our doorstep," King Valor said as he sat on his throne. "And where are my subjects? Shouldn't I have petty squabbles to settle?" "Most have decided to partake in festivities that transpire every 2 years, rather than wait in line for a ruling they may get on any day," Gerend explained. "But everyone?" Valor wondered. "Surely there's a few level-headed men about somewhere?" "There were a few," Gerend said, clearing his throat. "I sent them away. From everything we know, today should be interesting, and I felt it best to keep you safe." King Valor rolled his eyes. As if determined to show how brave he was, he dismissed half his retainer of guards, leaving only a paltry 8 watching over him. Haern did his best not to roll his own eyes in return. With the sheer amount of mercenaries gathered outside the walls, the advisor had thought it best to keep the king's day dull. Besides, with all eyes turned to the Kensgold, there was too much risk of a silent dagger striking the other way. "Safe," the king muttered. "Often you have promised to keep me safe, but where are the results of your promises? What has grown from your comforting words? I was promised the head of Threnn Fellhorn, yet where is it?" Haern coughed and looked at the guards. King Valor realized what he wanted and dismissed the remaining 8. "Don't get any ideas," the king said once they were on the far side of the throne room. He pulled back his robe to reveal his gold sword belted at his hip. Haern was far from impressed, but didn't dare let that show. "As you must understand," Haern began, "arranging Threnn's murder is no easy feat. Men have wanted him dead for a decade, yet he remains as powerful as ever." "I want his head," the king said, "not excuses." "I am giving you neither," Haern said. "Only word of what is to come. My men have crawled about the city and spent much. We gained little in return, but all it takes is one whisper, one turncoat, and the whole fortune is worth the coin. And that is what I have. A turncoat." King Valor sat erect in his seat. "You found a member of his guild to turn against him?" he asked, unable to hide his excitement. "I cannot say," Haern insisted. "Surely you understand. I will say nothing of who he or she is, other than that the price was absurdly high. I dare not risk a single whisper reaching Threnn. The plans we knew for the Kensgold were but a hoax, and my little bird has informed me of the real plan. If all goes well, I will deliver his head to you on a platter by tomorrow morning." "Excellent," the king said, slapping his thigh with his hand. "What will I do when you're gone, Haern?" The advisor smiled. He had every intention of being around long after King Valor was gone, not the reverse. "A king of your majesty and skill will always find a way to reign," he said. King Valor laughed. "So true. But what am I to do? With no squabbles, no royal visitors, and no feasts planned, I am sorely pressed for entertainment." "For that, I have found a solution," Haern said. He clapped twice, and one of the guards at the throne room's main entrance threw open the doors. 10 girls wearing silks that hid nothing walked into the room, bells jingling from their wrists and ankles. "Dancers," Haern said, "come all the way from Kerr. They are known as the Naked Bells, and I have spent a great amount of the crown's coin for their appearance." Slowly, the women began their gyrations. "Naked Bells?" King Valor asked, licking his lips. "Yet I see so much silk." "Give us time to earn our name," one of the women said, her voice husky and foreign. The Naked Bells took almost half an hour to fully deserve their name. Haern watched the dancers with more than a casual interest. Ever since Threnn had captured his wife, he'd been worried sick, but he'd also been left to his own devices to satisfy his carnal desires. The exotic women shifted and danced with professional expertise, every movement designed to flaunt a certain curve, emphasize the length of their legs, or bring attention to their lips, breasts, or waists. Every passing minute saw one of them discard a piece of her silk. The king had watched the entire proceeding with rapt attention. No doubt he would claim 2 or 3 to come with him to his bedchambers. The king had no wife, and plenty were unhappy with this fact, but he was still young enough that Haern had managed to quell most grumblings. Besides, he figured that if worse came to worst, there'd be a handful of bastards to choose from. He watched the naked women dance. the bells on their wrists and ankles jingling, and wondered if one might be the future mother of a king. One in particular had caught Jaren's eye. Her hair was a deep red, just how he liked. Her breasts were smaller than the others, but he found that attractive as well. Most important, she had been the last to strip completely naked. Or perhaps it was the way the king's eyes lingered on her the longest. Jaren consoled himself by remembering that they were hired to please the king, so please him they would. No, Jaren thought, she'll be mine, king or no. I may have a touch of gray in my hair, but I'm far more a man than that stupid brat. The naked bell's undulations increased in intensity. The bells, all different sizes and pitches, rose into a beautiful chaos of sound. The redhead swirled before King Valor, almost within his touch. Out of all of them, only she clutched the bells of her wrists in her hands to stop their ring. Jaren watched, curious as to why. With all the others focusing their noise in a final hurrah, why would she? And then he saw her fingers twist at a bell, pulling something out from its clapper. "Stop her!" Jaren shouted, pointing. From the corner, a soldier lowered his crossbow and fired. The bolt struck the redhead in the neck. Her blood splashed across the king's face. The sound of her skull striking the cold stone made Jaren's stomach twist. A thin needle rolled from her dead fingers. The rest of the naked bells stepped back, some crying, others staring coldly at the loss of one of their own. "What is going on here?" the king shouted. Jaren retrieved the pin and held it up for the king to see. "Do you see the flecks of green?" Jaren asked. "Venom of the hourglass scorpion, I'd wager. It takes several hours to flow through the blood and affect the heart, but once it does, death is inevitable. Someone paid her to kill you." King Valor's face turned a deep shade of red. "Thren!" he shouted. "It's that bastard Felhorn! I want him dead, you hear me?" "I have my plans in motion, your majesty." "Do you know where he is?" the king asked, still shouting. "Where he is to be, yes," Jaren admitted, "but we've not yet received the signal." "Send my soldiers," the king said. "All of them, every man able to hold a sword. He dies tonight, do you understand? Send them now." "Yes, my lord," Jaren said, bowing low. King Valor stomped about, furious and frustrated. At last he pointed to two of the girls, then snapped his fingers. "Remove their bells," he said. "Search them thoroughly. I won't let that fucker ruin my entertainment, but I won't be stabbed in my own bedchambers either." Guards neared and undid the leather straps of the bells on their wrists and ankles. The girls reluctantly joined the king in his bedchambers, soldiers following behind with their swords drawn. Once the door was shut, Jaren sighed and turned to the rest. "I'm sorry," he said. He met the eyes of the guard captain, nodded. Jaren left, not wanting to watch as the remaining guards cut them down and covered the throne room with their beautiful, beautiful corpses. Senkei walked through the halls of the Connington mansion feeling a bit let down. While the doors and windows were thick, the lawn had few traps, and the ones it did have were designed to alert, not kill. The inside was even emptier. By his count, 10 soldiers had been left behind as guards. They had died quickly and easily. Other than that, the mansion was vacant. Gart marched alongside Senkei, his mood far more sour. "No pasty, rich people to smash," he grumbled. "This is stupid. I bet Maynard had men left. I should have gone there. Why did Thren make me go here? I wanted head-smashing." "Shut up, Gart," Senkei said. "You'll still get your chance, remember?" Gart shrugged. "Where's Norris?" he asked. "That I don't know," Senkei said. "Him and his serpents should be setting up the oil for the fires." The two leaders neared the rows of windows that viewed the front lawn. "Windows won't open, so we'll focus on holding the doors," Gart said. He pointed outside the gates to the houses on the far side of the road. "We'll have archers there. Once Maynard comes, we squash them in between." "Simple enough plan," Senkei said. "Should work, though. Did hardly a scratch to the manor, so there's no reason for him to be alarmed." "He'll be alarmed," Gart said, pointing farther to the east. "Look, smoke." Senkei lowered his head a little and peered out. Sure enough, a thick plume of smoke rose high from the eastern district. "That's Maynard's place, all right," Senkei said. "Do you think they already set it aflame?" "I look like a soothsayer?" Gart asked. "Go run and ask if you want answers. I got none but my fists." "That might explain Thren's delay," Senkei muttered. "What's that?" asked Gart. "Nothing. Nothing. Let me go check on my men. Stay here and watch for any early arrivals. Try to wait until they're inside to attack. I wouldn't be surprised if Maynard sends someone to check on his home once he sees the smoke from afar. Let them go if possible." "I'm not an idiot," Gart grumbled. "Prove it," Senkei said as he hurried off. He glanced at the setting sun as he passed by another row of windows. Where was Thren? Why was he so late? With so many treasures scattered throughout the mansion waiting to be looted, Senkei went unnoticed as he walked. He'd already marked his way of escape once the chaos began. It was a slender door that led up to an attic. He'd checked it once, and in the back was a round, dusty window. From there he could reach the roof, and once upon the roof, he could pick any direction he desired to escape. But the plan was worthless without Thren there. Without Thren, he'd accomplish nothing. As he neared the back of the mansion, he heard the sound of a scuffle. Curious, Senkei pushed open a door leading into a small but well-lit dining hall. One serpent member lay dead on the floor, another bleeding as he fought a young man with a dirty gray cloak and a torn mask over his face. Senkei felt his jaw drop at the sight. "Impossible," he said. His voice drew the serpent's attention for the briefest moment, and that was all the young man needed. He slipped closer, jammed his dagger through ribs, and then slashed to the side. His opponent dead, the boy turned and dropped into a combat stance Senkei recognized well, considering he'd taught it to him. "What are you doing here, Haern?" Senkei asked, not at all fooled by the mask. "Not Haern," he said. "I'm Haern. Haern is dead." Senkei shook his head, hardly able to believe it. "How many have you killed?" Senkei asked as he shut the door. "5," said Haern. "5?" Senkei laughed. "You're out of your mind, Haern." "Sorry. Haern. I thought you were with the priests." "I escaped," Haern said. He dropped his smaller knives and took a larger pair from the bodies, then tore off one man's cloak and wrapped it around his shoulders. Cleaning the blood off the daggers with the cloak, he tucked them into his belt and tightened the mask over his face. "I've come to stop this, Senkei. Will you help me? Or must I kill you too?" Senkei shook his head, torn between horror and hysterics at the boy's audacity. "I won't help you," he told him, "but I won't stop you either. I'm getting out, Haern. Tonight." "Out?" asked Haern. "How?" Senkei slumped to his rear. "I had a feeling Thren's plan was all a lie. So when he told me the new one, I wasn't surprised. So, for a rather handsome amount of coin, I sold word of it to the king. In about an hour, hundreds of soldiers will surround the estate. If there is a god, Thren will be here when they arrive. As for me, well, there's going to be a big fire and a lot of bodies. No one will bat an eye should I go missing afterward." The way Haern stood, he clearly had not been prepared to hear of such betrayal from as close a friend as Senkei. "Why would you turn on him?" he asked. Senkei chuckled. "When I joined the Spider Guild, I was in a bad spot. My son died, all because I couldn't afford for the priests to heal him. My wife blamed it on me, and for good reason. I was lazy, unreliable. I drank, I slept in alleys, and when I was at my lowest, Thren found me. Something about him, the way he conducts himself, it's both terrifying and inspiring, and it awoke a fire in me that never died. I climbed the ranks, not because I was better, but because I worked harder than anyone else. I gave the guild everything of me, and Thren saw it and rewarded me accordingly. He likes that Haern. You know that. It's because he's the same way. Nothing matters beyond the narrow focus, the narrow goal, and lately I was watching that goal be crafting you into something terrible. Watching what Thren was doing to you, slowly, methodically killing everything good in his own son. He shook his head. I used to think all this backstabbing and thieving was just a game. We were all crooks, all worthless scum, so who really cares if we killed each other trying to rob rich men who would rather die than lose a single copper? I thought your father was the best at the game, a man who could have been a god at anything he chose. Only he chose a criminal empire to be his legacy. He would be servant to none, slave to no system, no laws. At times it was fun. The coin was great, the women easy. But this has gone on too long. Whatever charm Thren had, it slowly died over these past 5 years. And now to watch as he would deny you a childhood, deny you friends, deny you a life. Senkei rose to his feet, glanced at the door. No man could do that to his own son. Only a monster, and I won't be a part of his lair anymore. After this, I'm done. I don't expect much in the way of eternity, but maybe Asher will forgive me if I get myself out while there's still time. Looks like I wasn't alone in thinking that too. Haern's cheeks lifted, and Senkei could tell the boy was smiling. I survived the priests, he said, clearly proud. They can't defeat me. No one can. Don't get cocky. I could still whoop you with one hand. He stopped. A dozen men had begun shouting from the main entrance, Gart's voice the loudest. Stay here, Senkei told Haern. Lock the door. I'll go see what's going on. Senkei closed the door behind him, waited until he heard Haern lock it, then hurried toward the entrance. He saw a few thieves dashing around the corner too far ahead for him to ask questions. Gart's shouts were the only ones that he could understand above the throng, and what he heard filled his gut with lead. Gods! Gods! Shouted Gart. We got gods to smash! Senkei dashed through a dining room, turned left down a hallway, then hooked toward the main entrance. Over 100 thieves lined up along the windows facing the front of the house. Gart towered among them, staring and pointing. What is going on here? Senkei shouted. Soldiers! Gart shouted, spinning to greet Senkei. Royal soldiers, too. They showed up and started surrounding the place. I count at least 500. We got heads to smash, boys, and lots of them. While Gart might have been enthused, Senkei's face paled. The soldiers had arrived too soon. Thren wasn't even there yet. What was wrong with them? Why had Gerend not waited for his signal? We need to delay them, Senkei said. Hold the doors as best we can. They got armor, one rogue beside them argued. Plate mail for cripe's sake. Helmets, shields, swords. We got daggers and leather. What the fuck you think we can do against that? I expect you to kill them, Senkei shouted, a bit of his hardness returning. Or do you really think they'll let you live if you run out the door with your hands up and your tail between your legs? Gart pulled Senkei aside and lowered his voice. We got a traitor among us, Gart said. How else did the soldiers come so quick? So who might it be? Not a clue, Senkei lied. We need to hold. Perhaps once the fire is set, we can escape during the commotion. Or we'll roast like roaches. The two leaders stared eye to eye. "I don't see any other way," Senkei said. "Then we fight," Gart grumbled, "and we hope Thren arrives with enough men to save the day." "Der kommen!" several shouted at once. The soldiers rushed through the gates, swarming like metallic ants. They surrounded the complex, this time within the gate instead of without. Most wielded long swords and shields, though some held halberds, spears, and giant mauls. 4 carried a thick log with metal handles bolted into the wood. The men with the log approached the door, a squad of 10 protecting them. "Hold the door," Senkei said, taking a step back. "I'll guard the back." "Better hurry," Gart said, "and you better hope Norris hasn't lost his spine and run." Senkei had barely left before the surrounding soldiers with mauls smashed in the windows all throughout the lower level. Soldiers poured inside, through far more windows than there were thieves to guard. Senkei drew his sword and cut down the first to come near. A second soldier tried to use his shield to block, but Senkei rolled atop it, over his head, and then thrust his sword through the shoulder blade. The sounds of battle erupted throughout the mansion. When he reached the dining hall, he found the door open. Haern was gone. Chapter 34. With the first shattering of glass, Haern flung open the door to see the cause. Armored soldiers stood before the windows, swinging enormous mauls that easily bashed through the glass and layered the carpet with shards. Soldiers flowed in through the unguarded windows. He felt torn between relief and worry. Relief because the king's involvement would certainly prevent his father's plans from going as they should. Worry because they'd kill him just as easily as any other member of the thief guilds. Well, not as easily, he thought with a wry smile. His daggers in hand, he turned right and bolted deeper into the mansion. If there was any hope of escape, he'd try to find it in the back sections. If he was lucky, he might slip out through an unwatched window, as he had fleeing Robert Haern's home. Haern was too fast for the initial wave in the hallway to catch him, but as he burst through the door at the end, he found himself in the middle of an armory. 3 soldiers approached, their shields leading. Haern rolled to one side, lashing underneath a shield at the closest soldier's ankle. His dagger struck armor and clinked off, doing no damage. When his roll ended, he kicked hard, leaping into the very center of the 3. They turned on him, but their shields were large and the room small. Haern twirled like a dancer, his daggers punching through creases in armor. He jumped, kicked off a shield, and slammed into the chest of another. As they rolled to the ground, Haern's dagger cut into the man's neck once, twice, 3 times. Blood splattered across his mask. The other 2 soldiers, their arms and legs bleeding from several deep cuts, tried to stab Haern as he lay there. Their blades struck air. Haern rolled off and onto his knees, then kicked back. He slid between the remaining 2, and this time his daggers found the open spots just above their greaves. To make sure they stayed down, he twisted the daggers when he pulled them out. 1 dead and 2 others crumpled to the ground. Haern ran out of the armory and into a corridor. A man dressed in the garb of the Serpent Guild nearly collided with him. His curved daggers dripped blood. "Who the fuck are you?" the man had time to ask before Haern lunged. The serpent was far more skilled than Haern had expected. 1 curved blade parried his attack, the other slipping downward so Haern might impale himself from his lunge. Twisting his body, Haern angled his knee so that when they struck, he could rebound off and away before getting harmed. When he landed beside the armory door, he had no doubt whom he fought. "You're Norris," he said. The guild master of the serpents spat. "You must be Thren's boy. I'd heard you were getting soft. Did he send you after me? Or is this your own stupid ploy?" "Mine," Haern said, slowly settling into a combat stance. Norris saw this and smirked. "Think you can handle my cloak dance, boy?" He started swaying, his weapons well hidden. "Come, try me." Norris swirled, his cloak whipping out in chaotic fashion. Haern watched, fascinated. The guildmaster spun faster, faster, his cloak a blur, his hands hidden shadows of death. Waiting. Haern felt like prey, mesmerized by the dance of the cobra, though part of it was professional interest. Such a dance. He had to learn it. He had to master such a skill. He stepped forward, then immediately pulled back, a curved dagger slicing just above his head. Time was not on either of their sides, and both knew it. Haern crouched low and then lunged left. He hit the wall and then vaulted into the air, his legs flipping high over his head. His daggers thrust downward at the whirl of cloaks, but Norris was not fooled. He batted both aside, pulled out of his dance, and thrust where Haern landed. Except he didn't land. The corridor was thin enough that Haern's feet pressed flat on the opposite side. His momentum pushed his knees down, and then he kicked. His shoulder rammed Norris in the stomach. One dagger stabbed his chest. The other tore into his groin. Norris collapsed, blood pouring out on his green trousers. "Always wondered if I could take Thren," he said, his voice labored and in pain. "Can't even kill his damn kid." Haern stepped close, kicked a dagger out of Norris's hand, and then looped around to do the same to the other. "My knife? Or the gods?" he asked. "A thief to a thief," Norris said, coughing blood. Haern saluted, then flipped the dagger in his hand and stabbed. Senkei entered as he was cleaning off the blade on his cloak. "There you are!" Senkei shouted. "Seems like the whole damn army is here." He stopped when he saw the body and realized who it was. "You killed Norris?" he asked. "Damn! Starting to think you've been holding out on me during our spars." Crazy as it was, Haern felt embarrassed. "It's different this way," he said, wishing he could explain. "Practice is practice. This matters. This is real. Now, how do we get out of here?" "Follow me," Senkei said. "Going won't be easy. The mansion has a large attic, and from there we can get to the roof." He smacked Haern on the shoulder. "No matter what, I'm proud of you," he said. The two hurried to the end of the corridor and kicked open the door. They were within another dining hall, though smaller and most likely intended for mercenaries and servants. On the far end, smoke billowed into the room from underneath the crack of the door. Senkei saw this and swore up a storm. "They've set off the fires?" he wondered aloud. "Well, damn it, those stupid cowards. Some of the serpents must have panicked. We need out now." He pressed his hood over his mouth, then winked at Haern when he saw the boy's mask. "Almost like you came prepared," he said, chuckling. Two serpents came running out the door when they neared. Haern cut down one, Senkei the other. Smoke poured in through the open door, and down the hallway they both saw the fires rapidly spreading. "We can't make it," Haern shouted. Senkei knelt and pointed so they could see underneath the smoke. "You see where the hallway turns?" he asked. "Immediately on your left is a door. It leads up to the attic, and from there we can find a way to safety." He wiped sweat from his brow as he looked to the fires. "Relative safety," he corrected. "Let me go first," Haern said. "I'm faster. If the door is blocked by flame, I'll come running." Senkei started to object, but Haern was already dashing down the hall. The smoke gathered along the ceiling in giant rolling clouds. In each doorway he passed, the fires roared, licking the outsides of their doors, looking like tongues eager to taste more of the building. His eyes stung looking at them. The hallway was unbelievably hot. He wrapped his cloak over his mouth, his mask doing little to keep out the foul air. Cough after cough racked his body. Soon he lost his vision as his eyes watered. Haern couldn't believe the heat. It didn't seem to matter that his skin touched no fire. The floor warmed his feet. The air sucked at the moisture of his skin, and he felt like a pastry stuck in an oven. He remembered his training, clutched it with all his mind, and forced himself to keep running. Air didn't matter. The heat didn't matter. One foot after the other. His outstretched hand pressed against the end of the hallway. Feeling a bit of hope, he turned and kept his hand near, occasionally brushing the wall with his fingertips. When he touched a door, he felt like shouting for joy. His fingers found the doorknob, and yet again he wanted to cheer. The doorknob, while not cool, didn't burn to the touch. He flung it open and dashed up the stairs, wishing he could somehow alert Senkei to follow. Smoke climbed up with him, and wishing there were another way, he slammed the door shut behind. The attic was dim, but the few windows let in enough light for him to see. Most were small, but near the back he saw a giant circle of glass that seemed most inviting. Haern could almost imagine the cool air rushing on the outside of it, and he wanted to dive in as if it were water. Piles of discarded armor, old relics of family generations long past, filled the room. Haern weaved about them, all the while wondering when Senkei would arrive. He was halfway to the window when it shattered. A slender woman flew through the shards, landing with a roll along the floor. Haern stared, vaguely recognizing her. She wore the colors of the Ash Guild, but he couldn't place her. She looked about, still struggling to adjust to the darkness. He thought to hide from her, but then he saw her face and knew her name. "Veliana?" he asked, remembering standing at his father's side as they tried to force her to overthrow her guildmaster and take control. At the sound of her name, the woman spun, her dagger already drawn. "You're young to be one of the thieves," Veliana said. "What is your name?" "Haern," he answered. He took a step toward her, still trying to decide if she was dangerous or not. With everyone trying to flee the mansion, it seemed odd someone would try to break in. Veliana looked a bit disappointed, but then she spotted him standing behind a large crate of wrapped wool. Her whole body tensed. Her mouth curled into a sneer. "Liar," she said. "You're Thren's child. You think I'd forget a single shred of that moment?" Haern shook his head. "Eren is dead. Leave me be. His sins are mine no more." Veliana laughed. "The world doesn't work that way. Change your name, change your face, but the sins are still yours. Your father's killed everyone I've ever cared for. Turn back and die in the fire, or draw your dagger and fight me." Haern glanced back to the door to the stairs. Smoke had begun pouring thickly through its edges and the crack underneath. Already the heat seeped through the wood floor. Still no sign of Senkei, and Haern tried not to think of what had befallen him. "Don't do this," Haern whispered. The roar of the flames drowned out his words. Veliana lunged, her dagger thrusting straight for his neck. Haern batted it aside with his own, then swept his right foot around in an arc. She leaped over it, her knee ramming forward. His head snapped backward as the knee collided with his face. Blood splattered the inside of his mask. Staggering, his head still swimming from the smoke and heat, Haern went fully defensive. Veliana's dagger slashed and cut, and despite any openings he might have seen, he refused to try for them. He parried and spun, slowly weaving his way around the piles of junk. The air grew murky and gray from the smoke, much of it starting to pour out the broken window. "Leave me alone!" he shouted as he crossed his daggers and blocked a vicious downward chop. His elbows shook at the impact, and while he was momentarily distracted by the closeness of her face and the hideousness of her eye, Veliana successfully tripped him with a kick. As he fell, he rolled, avoiding her opportunistic strike. He turned and darted through the attic, frantically dashing for the window. Veliana raced him, her dagger still eager for blood. She reached the window first, but not in enough time to prepare correctly. Haern leaped, slamming his shoulder into hers. As she was pushed back, his daggers curled around her sides, slicing into flesh. Blood spilled down her ribs, across her tunic and pants. Screaming in pain, Veliana whirled. When Haern ducked her high kick, he found a dagger waiting for him low. He twisted, but not fast enough. The dagger slashed across his shoulder, tearing open a huge gash in his shirt. Blood poured down his arm, the pain terrible, But Haern never let it slow him. His opponent had just scored her first true hit. That was when she was most vulnerable, her confidence soaring with a minor victory. His foot whirled about him, his left arm flinging his cloak upward to hide his movements. Veliana lost her balance and fell to one knee, letting out a small cry from the harsh landing. Haern's cloak whipped her face, and when she pushed back to see, Haern was there, his fist leading. He punched her throat with all his strength. Gasping for air, she fell back, holding her dagger out in a meager defense. Haern cut her knuckles to weaken her grip, then slapped the dagger away. Veliana glared with her one good eye as she coughed. "Haern is dead," he told her, breathing heavily as his daggers shook in his hands, one of their tips aimed straight for her throat. "Why can't you see that?" "You're him," Veliana said with a cracking voice. "You can't hide. You're just a coward." Haern shook his head sadly. "I'm sorry," he said, "but you're wrong." He rammed the butt of his dagger against the top of her skull, knocking her out cold. As she slumped to the ground, Haern stuck his head out the window to take a look. A massive crowd gathered about, a mixture of guards, onlookers, and desperate neighbors organizing bucket brigades to ensure the mansion's fire didn't spread. In that chaos, he could certainly slip away. Behind him he heard Veliana moan softly. Haern sighed. At the side of his father, he'd left her for dead. He couldn't do so again, not while claiming to be a better person. The fire was already crawling its way up the stairs, its smoke billowing. He had 2 minutes, maybe 3. Knowing her cloak and colors would condemn her, Haern stripped her down to her undergarments. He searched the crates, holding his cloak over his mouth as he did. Once he found a blanket of sufficient length, he dragged it over to Veliana and tied one corner to her wrists. The other half he wrapped around his arm, praying for the best. If Veliana was lucky, she'd survive the fall, and those who found her would assume her a frantic house servant fleeing the fire after hiding in the attic. If not, well, he almost left her for the calm, quiet death from the smoke. Almost. "We're even," he whispered as he pushed her body out the window. He braced his feet against the wall and held on with all his might. The cloth pulled tight, and he let a bit of it unspool before clamping down again. He nearly went flying out with her. He so badly underestimated the pull. About halfway down, she stopped, and he hoped that was close enough. He let go of the cloth, then counted to 3 before looking. A couple of onlookers were gathered around her. It appeared someone had caught her. He couldn't hear their voices from so far, but he saw them pointing to her face, and one man beside her shook his head, his look a mixture of anger and pity. Haern sighed. The wounds, blood on her wrists, and tattered clothing told them a story they expected from such a wreckage. Now for his own safety. Haern kicked out a last few shards of glass, stood on the edge of the window, and pulled himself up to the roof. From there he leaped to a nearby tree, slid down, and vanished amid the mob. Chapter 35. The proceedings bored Torgar tremendously. The sheer amount of revelry around him only worsened his torture. 1,000 gallons of alcohol flowed throughout the crowd, the sound of cheers, sex, and fighting roaring for miles, yet he was separated from it all. "Sit up," Terrace whispered next to him. "You're slouching." Torgar straightened, cracking his back as he did. Sometimes he wondered if boredom was more dangerous than actual combat. It certainly seemed as deadly an opponent. He sat at the incredibly long table set up in the pavilion atop the larger of the 2 hills chosen for the Kensgold. Members of all 3 families of the trifect sat in the hundreds of chairs. He saw ugly cousins, distant relatives, soldiers, and merchants of all kinds. They bickered among themselves, hoping to achieve a better appearance through the sparring of their tongues or the collaborative wealth of their name. Nonsense, all of it. Torgar knew he could kill every one of them to a man. yet they peered down at him as if their noses were a mile long and he were hard to see. At the head of the table, Laurie, Leon, and Maynard talked, sometimes openly, sometimes quietly and hunched together. Terrace sat beside his father, listening when it seemed appropriate. Torgar gave the boy credit. He seemed to understand plenty, and he even chipped in once or twice without earning scorn from any of the three. Leon and Maynard seemed to be enjoying themselves, but Laurie was clearly upset. The empty seat beside Torgar was the reason. Stupid bitch, thought Torgar. Just had to go running off for her precious walls. Nurse and babes are tougher to scare than that broad. He might have said it out loud, but he'd been denied the amount of alcohol he'd wanted. Still, his master wanted him at Terrace's side to serve as protection to both the boy and the father. Judging by the haughty grumbling about him, the only danger was from a flying plate of warm food. "What are they discussing now?" Torgar asked Terrace. He tried to whisper, but his deep voice wasn't suited for it. "They've finished their trade contracts," Terrace said, glancing back at the mercenary. "They're discussing the thief guilds now." "Not much to discuss," Torgar said. "We double up some patrols, hire a few more mercenaries, but it's like swatting at flies buzzing around your horse's arse." He caught a finely dressed woman in her 30s glaring at him from the opposite side of the table, so he shot her a wink. "Forgive the color," he said. "My brain is mud and my tongue is blue. I'm only here for my lord." She sniffed at him and turned toward a lady to her left. They began whispering, each clearly unhappy with his presence. Torgar sighed. By the gods, did he hate being there. "They're thinking of going to the king," Terrace said. "Good luck with that," Torgar said. "Got a better chance." He choked down another colorful comment as a priest of Asher walked into the pavilion. "Who in blazes let him in here?" Torgar asked. Terrace, too busy listening to his father discuss bribes, didn't notice. The mercenary captain stood and moved to intercept the priest. The man of the cloth seemed lost amid the sea of people. "Welcome to our gathering," Torgar said as he grabbed the priest's hand and shook it. The priest, a younger man with neatly trimmed hair and a shadow of growth on his chin, looked thoroughly relieved. "I must admit I'm a bit lost," the priest said. "I need to speak with Laurie Keenan, though I don't know his face from the 1,000 others." "I'm head of mercenaries for Lord Keenan," Torgar said. "He's busy plotting and planning, so just tell me what you'd tell him, and I'll see if it's worth interrupting him for." The priest didn't ask for proof of his rank or employer or anything. Torgar felt relieved that he'd gotten a hold of the priest first, before he blabbed his message to the closest curious Gemcroft relative or Connington sellsword. "It involves his wife Madeline," the priest began. "Hold up," Torgar said, pushing his large forefinger into the priest's face. "Not another word. Let's go somewhere with less ears, eh?" The priest nodded. Torgar led them out one of the side flaps of the tent, nodding at the mercenaries stationed there as they passed. "What's your name?" Torgar asked as they walked. "Derek," said the priest. "You may call me Derek." "Then Derek you are," said Torgar, laughing in an attempt to put the man at ease. Leaving the tent didn't seem to help calm him as much as Torgar had hoped. Glancing around at the sheer decadence, Torgar realized why. He wondered how many pillars of Asher's faith were being broken even as they spoke. "Ignore the show," Torgar said, grabbing the priest's shoulders. "Now, what is this message about?" "We found Mrs. Keenan under attack on her way to her estate," Derek began. "We rescued her before she could suffer any real harm. We hoped she'd stay the night in safety at our temple. Many of her guards did. Yet come the morning, it appeared she had run off." Torgar felt anger bubbling in his chest. While he had been escorting Terrace with invitations to the Kensgold, another of his charges had been assaulted in the streets. Since he'd received no word otherwise, he'd assumed Madeline had made it home safe. But had she actually? "Why did you take so long to bring us word?" Torgar asked. "We sent a priest to inform your lord of her staying at our temple." Derek glanced about, his face twitching nervously. "The message never made it to your camp. We recently found out he was murdered. Kalen, our high priest, sent members of our order to your estate to see if she were there. She's not. Did she not come here?" Torgar's look was answer enough. "Then you must tell your master," Derek insisted. "His wife is missing, and we fear one of the thief guilds were the ones to take her." "If they did, she may not be alive," Torgar said, sighing. "We've received no demands." "Actually," Derek said, reaching out a trembling hand, "I think you have." Within his shaking fingers was a scroll sealed with wax. The wax itself was smooth, showing no insignia. Torgar took it, raising an eyebrow as he did. "A man in a gray cloak stopped me on the way here," Derek said. "He gave me the scroll and told me to deliver it to whomever I gave my message to. He swore I'd die if I opened it or even tear it." He stepped back a little, as if the note might erupt and kill them all. Torgar broke the seal and unrolled it. The message was short and took him little time to read, despite his terrible skill at it. "Lori Keenan, end the Kensgold. Leave Veldaren tonight. If not, Madeline dies. Then Terrace. Then you. A spider." Torgar rolled up the note and held it so tight the paper crumpled and the wax cracked and fell to the ground in tiny pieces. "Listen to me, Derek," Torgar said. "Stay here at the Kensgold. They'll kill you on your way back, do you understand?" "I'm not afraid to die," Derek said, but he certainly looked fearful. "Scared or not, there's no point in walking back into that trap," the mercenary captain insisted. "But go off and die if you want. I've got more important things to do." He hurried back into the pavilion, honestly not caring whether or not the priest remained. Lori was laughing loudly when he arrived, either not noticing or not caring about Torgar's absence. "My lord," Torgar said, kneeling down beside Lori's ear. "We need to talk." "Just a moment," Lori said, patting the mercenary on the shoulder. "Leon here is just telling a wonderful story about—" "Now!" Torgar insisted. The mood soured immediately. Leon gave him a glare that said in no uncertain terms that he'd be joining Will as game for the gentle touchers if he were Leon's mercenary. Lori looked at Torgar for a moment, seeing the urgency in his eyes, and then turned to the others. "A moment, if you will," he said, standing. Terrace followed unasked. "What is so damn important that I must appear subservient to my own mercenary?" Lori asked once they were outside the tent. In answer, Torgar handed him the scroll. Lori read it, swore, then threw it to the ground and stomped on it with his heel. "Where's Madeline?" he asked. "She never made it home," Torgar explained. He summarized what the priest of Asher had told him. When finished, he stepped back and crossed his arms, wondering what his master would do. "We don't know if she's dead or alive," Lori said, his face red with anger. "And even if I do what they say, there's no guarantee they'll let her live." "And a threat on your life? And your son's?" Lori glanced at Terrace, who had remained quiet. "I have received 100 of these every year for the past 5, Lori said. "Why should I treat this one any different?" Torgar shrugged his shoulders. "How badly do you want her back?" he asked. "That's not the point," Lori said. "That is the point. It's the only damn point. You want to remain powerful in the eyes of the Trifect, then stay. You want to keep your own ego intact, then stay. But if you want her back, then say the word. Pack up all our servants, our food, and our ale, and we go. What will it matter? We've had our feast. You've made your plans." Lori looked furious enough to kill. His hand moved to the jeweled dagger hanging from his belt. Torgar refused to move. He'd spoken out of line, but there was one last thing he had to say. "Give me time," he insisted. "I can find her on my own. I'll bleed these cowards, find where she is, and bring her back safely. Give them what they want. What they ask for is so little. Either way, they might kill her, but even a few hours' delay may decide whether I find a prisoner or a corpse." Lori drew the dagger. He pointed its blade at Torgar's throat. The hand shook. "He's right," Teres said. "Either way, they'll kill her. This gives us a chance." The dagger lowered. "Kneel," Lori said. Torgar did as told. He didn't even wince when his master grabbed his neck and cut a thin line of blood across his forehead. "Swear upon your blood," Lori said, his voice soft and shaking with intensity. Torgar put his hands to his forehead, feeling the warmth flowing across his palms. After a count of 10, he pulled them back and lifted his hands to the night sky. "I swear upon my lifeblood that I will bring her back." Lori wiped the dagger clean with a cloth and then sheathed it. "Almost," he said, "but not quite. You'll bring her back alive, Torgar. If not, I call your honor false. I call your wisdom foolishness, and my retreat a great jape against my name. If you find her dead, then fall upon your sword, because that death will be far better than the one I give you." He stormed back into the pavilion, shouting orders. Cries of disappointment followed. The Ken's gold was over. "Let me come with you," Teres said once his father was gone. "Stay here," Torgar said. "I have enough on my shoulders. I won't have you dying on me while I find your mother." "I can fight," Teres insisted. "Follow me outside the camp, and I'll kill you myself," Torgar threatened. That seemed to jolt the boy a little. Reluctantly, he turned and joined his father in the tent. Torgar shook his head. In truth, he'd have loved to have Teres with him, but the risks were already too great. He would work alone, and he'd work both bloodily and fast. He swung by the rest of his mercenaries, putting another in charge and informing them of the Kensgold's disbandment. Once that was done, he took a horse from Lori's collection and rode like a demon to the walls of Valderin. On his way there, he rode past a body lying in the grass, its white robes stained crimson with blood. He'd thought it'd be harder to locate a member of the Spider Guild, but it ended up rather insultingly easy. Torgar caught sight of a gray cloak while riding east through the city. The man was clearly in a hurry, so much so that he wasn't taking any precautions to avoid being followed. Torgar laughed as he rode after him into a narrow alley. The spider turned at the sound of hoofbeats, but far too late. Torgar leaped off, cracking him atop the head with his fists. The rogue crumpled like an unhooked straw man. Torgar dragged him farther out of view of the main road, then pushed him against a wall. He crouched down, pinched the man's nose shut, and then slapped him a few times until he lurched awake. "Hush now," Torgar said, putting a hand over the man's mouth and then using it to shove him hard against the wall. "I don't want to start cutting pieces off you already." The spider paled a little and nodded. Torgar chuckled. "Good," he said, drawing his sword and resting it across his knees. "You just remember I got this, all right? And things will go well for everyone involved." "What do you want from me?" the man asked as Torgar removed his hand. "Your name, first off," Torgar said. "Tobias?" "Well, Tobias," Torgar said, "now that I know your name, how about I get to know a few more things? For starters, where were you rushing off to in such a big hurry?" Tobias shut his mouth and purposefully looked away. Torgar rolled his eyes. He struck him with his fist, grabbed his arm, and then buried his sword through the palm. As Tobias screamed, Torgar shoved his hand over his mouth and slammed his head back. "Listen closely, dumbass," Torgar said. "You ever heard of the Blood Riders? They're stationed out of Kerr, carry quite a reputation in the West." Tobias's eyes widened at the mention of their name. "Oh, good. You have heard of them," Torgar said. "You know what their favorite method of torture is? They take 4 of their horses, one for each arm and leg, and then tie a rope securing you from saddle to wrist or ankle. After that, it's off to the races. You should see how much blood can splatter into the air when those ropes pull tight." Torgar shoved his face into Tobias's and then grinned. "I used to be a blood rider, you goat humper. See my horse over there? I may have only one, but you'd be surprised what I can do with a little bit of rope." Cold sweat covered Tobias's body. Torgar twisted his sword around a little, shifting bone, and then pulled it out. That done, he removed his hand and asked his question again. This time he got an answer. "Soldiers attacked us at Leon's place," Tobias said. "I was outside the complex when they came. I hoped to find Thren and warn him." Torgar glanced east, where a giant plume of smoke stretched to the night sky. "I think he might already know," Torgar said. "Let's try for something that I wouldn't find out on my own in the next 5 minutes. Your guildmaster has someone special, very special. Do you know who I'm talking about?" Tobias's look showed he clearly did. "Don't ask," the spider said. "Please, don't ask. Thren will kill me if I tell." "I'll kill you twice as bad," Torgar growled. Tobias actually laughed. "You think you're more frightening than Thren?" he asked. "Go ahead. Use your damn horse. I won't tell." Torgar sighed. He'd thought for a moment he'd avoided lengthy torture. Oh well. At least it was something he was good at. All it took was 10 minutes. He left Tobias holding his intestines in his hands. "You're right. Thren may kill you," Torgar said as he mounted his horse. "But you really should have saved us both the trouble." He rode back to the main street and then hurried east, the clomp of his horse's feet on the dirt a soothing pattern. The directions were simple. The safe house plain and poorly guarded. From what Tobias had told him, Thren didn't have any men to spare on his glorious night. Torgar snorted. Well, he'd play his part in tarnishing that old bastard's glory. So far, the smoke seemed focused on the Connington's place. Hopefully his own master's mansion had survived intact. The house appeared the same as any other, with a small door in the front center, no windows, and a slanted roof of wood and clay. Torgar rode a few more houses down to maintain surprise, dismounted, and then tied his horse's reins to the handle of a door. The mercenary captain drew his sword, kissed the blade, and ran. He slammed into the safe-house door at full speed, throwing his shoulder into it. The wood cracked and splintered. "Shit!" Torgar heard a man shout from within. Knowing he had little time, he flung his weight against the door again. It burst open, revealing 2 men of the Spider Guild standing with their daggers drawn. Madeline lay slumped in the corner, unmoving. Torgar desperately hoped she wasn't dead. He had no intention of falling on his sword, but by the gods, he didn't want to spend the rest of his days fleeing from Laurie Keenan either. "Come on, then!" Torgar roared, swinging his sword in a wildly exaggerated arc. "Let's have a fight, eh?" One of the thieves fell for the bait, lunging inward when Torgar should have been vulnerable. Instead, a meaty fist crushed his face, his movement anticipated. When he collapsed, Torgar's long sword pierced through his shoulder and tore free, severing bone and spilling blood across the floor. The remaining man glanced at Madeline, clearly thinking to use her as a hostage. Torgar never gave him the time. He rushed the man, not at all afraid of his small dagger. He had range, skill, and sheer brute strength. Accepting a stab to the shoulder, Torgar returned the favor. His sword punched through the spider's chest and out his back, pinning him to the wall. The mercenary captain grabbed the man's head with his hands, headbutted him, and then twisted violently. When he yanked his sword free, the man fell to the ground dead. "Gah!" Torgar said, yanking the dagger out of his shoulder and examining it. The blade was serrated, and sure enough, he'd felt it. "Mean little prick," he said, tossing the dagger back atop the body. Taking in a deep breath, he turned and lifted Madeline's body. She was breathing. "Must be my lucky night," Torgar said. He stole a long kiss from Madeline then exited the home. He untied his reins, slung Madeline over his shoulders, and then mounted his horse. Madeline curled in his lap like a child. Torgar snapped the reins and rode back toward Keenan's wagons, hoping to catch up before they gained too much distance from Feldaren. "Happy fucking Kensgold, Thren," Torgar said as he rode out the city gates and into the night air. "Hope you had as much fun tonight as I have." Chapter 36. Thren had seen the smoke rising as he and Kayla returned from watching the Kensgold to ensure its disbandment. By the time they reached the city, there was no questioning its source. The Connington estate was on fire. What would have made the damn fool start so early? Thren wondered, his voice carrying a hard edge. Leon isn't anywhere near the city. Perhaps they encountered more resistance than we did at Maynard's, Kayla asked. Thren shook his head. Whatever the reason, we need to hurry to the Gemcroft estate. If Leon's is already burning, there's little we can do there. Damn it! I had such wonderful plans to make him pay for Will's death. At the very least, I need Maynard to die tonight. He didn't say why, of course. He'd never admit the danger hanging over his head from the priests of Carrick because they had aided his son. They ran side by side, both panting from the exertion. When they reached the mansion, he saw a few of the Wolf Guild scattered about, keeping an eye on the roads. Cynric stood in one of the windows of the nearby homes. He cupped his hands to his mouth and howled. That man needs his head nailed tighter to his neck, Thren mumbled. The two of them hurried through the door to find the guildmaster waiting. We've seen the smoke, Cynric said. Do you know anything about it? We hoped for a runner or two to clarify, but no one showed. We know as little as you, then, Thren said. Damn. At least the mansion is destroyed. Have you seen anything here? Not a hint of prey, Cynric said. Rather boring, really. We almost went to join the feast at Leon's. Hopefully you'll remember that when the killing starts. We deserve our share. Thren left the house, Kayla trailing after him. He walked through the open gate and into the mansion. Kadish was waiting for them. I was wondering when you'd return, the man said. I've been wanting a straight answer about what to do with him. He pointed to where James Barron lay slumped against a wall, his arms and legs bound tight. His eyes were open, but his mouth was gagged. Thren tilted his head as he thought. Is the Ash Guild broken? He asked. We've killed all but a few, Kadish said. We'll hunt down who we can, but most will just sign on with other guilds, including mine. They're done. Good. Thren turned to James and drew his sword. Kneeling down, he removed the gag from his mouth and smiled. Do you see what happens when you resist me? He asked. James nodded, his face bruised and purple. Thren stood and looked to the many members of both the Spider and Hawk Guilds standing about. Do you all see what happens when you resist me? They nodded. In response, Thren turned and rammed his short sword through one of James's eyes. His face locked in a vicious snarl. Thren twisted the blade and then yanked it free. Gore splattered across the floor. Do you see now? He asked them. He cleaned the blade, sheathed it, and then turned to Kadish. Get your men ready, he said. The Wolf Guild will surround them and cut off any retreat once they're within the outer gate. We'll crush them between us, all of them. We end this tonight. Kayla followed him back outside as he walked toward the gate's exit. Where are you going now? She asked. To get my son, he said. The priest should be done with him. I want him to watch our victory. But Maynard might be on his way already, Kayla insisted. We don't have time for you to go looking for him. Thren snapped to a halt and turned. Something about her words, the way she was trying to stall. Why would I need to go looking? He asked. Or do you know of some reason he would have left their compound? The way Kayla stood there, mouth slightly open, told him all he needed to know. Lies grew and died on her tongue, unable to endure his glare. When she'd joined his guild, he'd seen great promise. Someone willing to endure so much for the safety of his son. Someone willing to kill and bleed just to join his guild. But now he saw weakness. Now he saw a heart not made for the night. "Haern broke out," she said at last. "He resisted their attempts and met with me on the rooftops." Thren stepped closer toward her. His hand subtly shifted toward the sword strapped to his hip. "And you never told me this, why?" he asked. "He's dead to you," she said. "He told me so. You'll never see him again." "Why did you not tell me?" he screamed, not caring that the different guilds were watching. "Because he deserves better," she whispered. "Better than what you would make him be." "Better?" asked Thren. Every living man and woman would soon quake in fear of his name. He would be a killer even greater than I. He was so close to perfect, so close. But now he's gone. Not your place, Kayla. It was never your place. She dropped to one knee as he swung, drawing daggers free from her belt. They were slender, curved, designed for throwing instead of close melee. Thren knew that, and he kept closer, punching with his swords so that she must twist and parry instead of trying a throw. But despite her skill, she was nothing not to him, just a girl who threw knives. One such knife whirled through the air, a single desperate attempt by Kayla. It missed Thren's cheek by a hair's width. And then he was upon her, thrusting his swords through her stomach. She gasped, her hands opening and closing, her dagger belt torn, her daggers clanging off the ground. Her knees buckled, and she fell to her back. "Doesn't matter," she said, blood dripping down her lips. "He's free of you, Thren. Free." Thren stood over her body, his shoulders slumped and his jaw trembling, as he watched her die. Everything was crumbling. The fire at Leon Connington's. His son's betrayal. So far, no news had come from the castle about the Naked Bell's attempt on the king, and he still had a chance of killing Maynard Gemcroft. The night wasn't a total loss. Not yet. He returned to the mansion to wait. There was no point in searching for Haern, not then. When things calmed, he'd scour the city, search under every rock, and look into every hole if he must. But not yet. "What in Carrick's name did she do?" Kadish asked when Thren returned. "She hid things from me," Thren said. "Now, see to your men. The Kensgold ended not long ago. They should return within the hour." Kadish shrugged. "All right, then. Shame about that bitch, though. She was a cute one." Remembering how that cuteness had helped corrupt his son, Thren snarled and struck the wall with his fist. "Or not," Kadish said before going from hawk to hawk, ensuring their readiness for the ambush. Maynard Gemcroft knew something was afoot when Laurie disbanded the Kensgold early, but he wasn't sure what exactly. Madeline's absence was conspicuous, but that wasn't something he could know about for certain. Leon had no shortage of grumblings and complaints, calling Laurie every possible name for a bad host, plus a few more that he probably made up on the spot. Then they saw the smoke and knew the thief guilds had chosen that night to play. From its direction, he guessed the fire to be at Leon's home. The fat man stood outside the giant pavilion, swearing up a blue storm at the sight. "They torched my home?" he asked after a minute to compose himself. Those imbeciles torched my home? I'll gut them all. I'll piss on their heads, rape their ears, feed their pricks to swine, and have them rape them too." "Go to your home, and go well protected," Maynard told him. "Streets are not safe for us, no matter how many soldiers walk with us." With 600 armed men at his side, Maynard still felt insecure on his march home. Trailing after the 600 was a tale of several hundred more, servants and dancers and singers wanting their pay or some beds to rest in. Maynard knew that many more wagons would come throughout the night, carrying whatever remained of his goods to sell, along with a handsome amount of gold. He'd left another 200 to guard the wagons, but he wasn't worried about theft. It was fire that worried him. When they reached the mansion, Maynard felt his heart sink. The outer gate was open. All throughout the yard were massive holes from the trap spells he'd had a trio of wizards cast. No bodies remained, though he was certain from the wreckage that many must have died. "What are your orders?" Maynard's mercenary captain asked him. "They must have looted while we were gone," Maynard said. "The same probably happened to Leon. Yet why did they not burn it down like his?" "A trap," the mercenary said. "That is all that makes sense." Maynard glanced back at the rest of his men. He had the makings of a small army with him. What would they say if he fled, all in fear of a few rogues in his own house? His reputation had already suffered greatly from the war with the thief guilds. Whatever they had planned, he would not back down. "Take 400 of your men and scour my home," Maynard ordered. "Leave the rest to protect me and my servants." "As you wish," said the mercenary captain before turning and relaying the orders in loud, barking yells. Maynard stayed with the remaining 200 at the gate entrance. He might not run from a trap, but he had no intention of walking into it either. The mercenaries had reached the door when the first men appeared at the windows of the mansion. Arrows rained down upon them, fired by men of the Hawk and Spider guilds. Maynard saw this and swore. His mercenaries rushed the door, knowing getting inside would greatly reduce the threat of the archers. Something prevented it, though he could not see what. He heard screams coupled with horrific sounds of battle. Stopped at the door, his mercenaries started to turn and make their way back to the gate. "Behind!" several shouted. Maynard spun, then felt himself pushed to his knees. Mercenaries stood above him, holding shields high as dozens of arrows rained down. Fear lumped in his throat. Swords rang as men assaulted them from the back. Mailed hands grabbed his shoulders, and under the cover of shields Maynard slowly shifted within the ring of guards. "We're pressed on both sides," one said. "They're flooding out of the mansion," said another. Maynard tried to look, but he was surrounded by flesh and armor. He smelled sweat and blood. The air whistled with arrows, followed by the wooden thumps as they hit shields, or screams when they hit something softer. "Stupid," thought Maynard. "Even knowing, I walked right into that trap." With attackers on both sides, and archers firing from so many windows, he knew their hope was slim. He pushed aside a soldier, determined to see how dire his situation truly was. As if he had taunted the gods, an arrow sailed through the gap he'd made and slammed into his chest. He collapsed to his knees, his hands clutching the shaft as warm blood flowed across his hands. Around him his mercenaries swore and crowded closer together. "So stupid," he chuckled. "Oh, Alisa, if you could only see your father now." Thren led the initial assault from inside the mansion, feeling like 100 killings would not quench his bloodlust. He and his men crashed into the first of Maynard's men to reach the door, keeping them bottled up and unable to use their superior numbers to their advantage. The soldiers, frantic to avoid the arrows, were unprepared for the fury of his assault. He knocked aside swords, danced between thrusts, and slashed throat after throat. Bodies piled at the door, and although Kadish and his hawk stood ready to aid him, Thren needed no help. After the first few, the mercenaries had to climb over bodies to reach the door. That momentary loss of solid footing was all it took for a master swordsman like Thren Fellhorn. When Maynard's mercenaries pulled back, Thren signaled the charge. Over 100 men in cloaks rushed through the windows, slashing with their daggers and swords. Thren nimbly leaped over the bodies, stabbed a soldier in the back, and then shouted to the rest. "Run! Run! Kill them, and Maynard with them!" He watched the arrows rain down from the wolf guild stationed in the houses. The mercenaries had plenty of shields, lessening the effect of the bowmen. No bother. Even though their numbers were equal, Thren had them pressed on both sides. And besides, no one could match him in skill. Thren lunged into the sea of metal, spinning, cutting, and slashing with a wild rage that filled him with pleasure. This was what he was meant for. He belonged on a field of battle. Perhaps once the city was under his control, he might fulfill his potential, becoming a warrior general of a massive criminal empire. Thren was pushing his way through the soldiers, making his inevitable approach toward Maynard, when he heard the trumpets call. Elisa Gemcroft stood in the center of her troops, Zusa at her side. She'd marched through the city like a returning conqueror, knowing that her father had already returned moments before her. She was done with their quarrel. Her plan was to kneel before Maynard and apologize for following the cull's stupidity, and then pay back that stupidity with the heads of Theo and Yoren. Instead, she came upon a great battle being waged before her very gates. "Hurry," she told her mercenaries. "Kill the cloaks, save my father, and I will reward you greatly." Beside her, a mercenary captain raised a horn to his lips and blew. The clear call rang throughout the city. With a great shout, her troops rushed the gates. A few split off into the houses with the archers. Not long after, the barrage of arrows halted. Now crushed between two sides, the Wolf Guild pulled back, turning tail and running in a manner appropriate to their name. "May I join in?" Zusa asked as the mercenaries turned on the remaining threat within the gates. "Go right ahead," Elisa said. Zusa flicked her hair over her shoulder and then dashed into the fray. Elisa approached, still flanked by 10 men. No arrows were being fired, but she felt safer with them there nonetheless. In the middle of the gateway she found her father lying on his side, an arrow in his chest. "Elisa," he said when he saw her. His voice was weak. Elisa felt her heart harden at the sight of him. He'd thrown her in the cold cells. He'd insulted her, made her an outcast. "No," she thought, "I did those things myself. With my foolishness, with my pride." "Father," she said, kneeling down beside him and wrapping her arms around his neck. Tears welling in her eyes, she kissed his forehead and held him close. "Daughter," he said, a smile creasing his blood-stained lips. "You were right." He coughed. More blood spilled across his mouth. The arrow was in his lung. There was little doubt about that. "No," she said, "please forgive me. I've come home. I've come back for you, Father, to pledge myself to—" "Quiet, girl," Maynard said. He relaxed in her arms. "My daughter. My heir." His voice failed him. His eyes grew distant. He died in her arms, his eyes closed by her fingers, his forehead bathed with her tears. All around them stood Maynard's mercenaries, men of power and influence within the household. "We heard his words," one of them said. "Give us your orders, Lady Gemcroft." Elisa looked up at them as if they should be obvious. "Slay every last one of them that killed your lord," she said. Everything was falling apart. Thren fought to the very limits of his skill. Men fell like wheat under a scythe. Yet still it was not enough. He watched the Wolf Guild scatter, and in his heart he could not blame them. He'd have done the same thing in their situation. "Fall back!" Thren shouted. Further fighting would only sacrifice whatever good men he had left. The soldiers had grouped together, and their expert formations were far superior to those of men used to attacking from shadows. Even worse, a strange woman in dark wrappings vaulted through his men, slaying them as if they were no more dangerous to her than toys. They'd left ropes in the back of the mansion just in case they had to make a quick getaway. The last of the hawks and spiders turned and fled. In the red haze of his anger, Thren realized he had sent no one in to ignite the fires. The mansion would stand. The failure of it burned in his gut. He'd been so confident of victory he'd never prepared for defeat. So unlike him. So stupid. The mercenaries gave chase, but they wore heavy armor and carried shields. They slaughtered a dozen that still remained at the ropes, but the rest scattered on the other side of the gate and into the night. Thren led them, wishing so desperately for a way to redo the night. "Take him," Elisa said once the guilds were gone and Zusa had returned to her side. Bodies lay everywhere, and the yard stank of battle. 2 soldiers lifted Maynard's corpse in their arms. They must have known him well, Elisa realized, for they showed true sadness at his passing. She shook her head, wishing for a moment of privacy so she might shed her tears. But she was the ruling member of the Gemcroft family, and one of the 3 lords of the Trifect. There was too much to do. Her father in her escort's arms, she approached the mansion, a lost heir come home. Home. No matter how sad the moment, the word still felt achingly comfortable in her heart. Epilogue. Deep inside his safe house, Thren talked with 2 men newly appointed as his advisors. Neither had the strength of will, the cunning of Kayla, or the skill of Senke. They were sycophants, pure and simple, but he needed them now. He had little else. Their news was grim. The assassination attempt on the king had failed, despite the incredible money he'd paid one of the Naked Bells. The men stationed at Leon Connington's had suffered horrible casualties, eventually setting fire to the mansion before frantically fleeing. Somehow Madeline Keenan had been found and rescued. His own son was missing, and some one-eyed woman was spreading rumors that she'd killed Aaron and left him to die in the fire at the Connington mansion. Worst of all was his defeat at the Gemcroft estate. "The priests of Carrick have sworn no ill will for the acts of your son against them," one of the sycophants said. "At least Maynard died, and you kept your word to them." Thren shook his head. "Get out," he said. The men quickly obeyed. In silence, Thren brooded. His mystique, his prestige, his years and years of respect had all vanished in a single night. Every aspect of his plan had collapsed. Every single guild in the city had taken massive casualties. Whatever bloody trust he'd earned, he'd now lost. The other guilds would start poaching on his territory. The Trifect was already coming down hard, swarming the streets with their troops. Priests of Asher roamed the alleys as well, putting a halt to many of his enterprises. Thren drew a sword and slashed his palm. He raised a clenched fist to the ceiling and bared his teeth. "This isn't over," he swore. "Not now, not ever. Not until every lord and lady of the Trifect lies rotting in their grave." He kissed his fist, tasting the blood on his lips. He had no son, no heir. Death would be his legacy. The man paced nervously before the wreckage. Despite the massive amount of ash and rubble, he felt certain some juicy remnants still hid within the remains of the Connington estate. The castle guards walked by every so often, but soon they'd switch shifts and he'd have his chance. He backed away from the gate a bit, slinking farther into the shadows. As he did, he felt something sharp poke against his back. "Spider?" he heard a boy's voice ask. "Serpent," the man said, his hand slowly dropping to his dagger. "They're all one and the same." The man whirled, but not fast enough. The dagger flew from the boy's hand. Something sharp pierced his belly. As the pain doubled him over, A blade slashed his face. Through the blood in his eyes, he saw a blurry image of a young man standing before him, his face covered by a thin gray cloth. Quiet, unmoving, the young man watched him die, then vanished into the night. A note from the author. So this is a little strange for me. For the first time, I get to write a note from the author for a book I already released, and with its own note from the author. But like anyone who has read both the earlier work and this one, I think it's safe to say this is a new book, and therefore deserving of a new note from me to you, dear readers. Oh, and my editor said she loved these little notes I've written for all my books and encouraged me to write another. So prepare for what will probably be my longest one of these yet. Where to begin? About 2 years ago, I self-published A Dance of Cloaks, with all its warts and in all its glory. It was a significant departure from my earlier works in both tone and writing style. I feel safe in saying it was a nice step up in terms of quality. Well, that book found an audience and then found itself a publisher. A real one, I mean. Trust me when I say I didn't quite expect either. Now, I've heard authors say they hate returning to old works. Stephen King refers to it as eating a week-old sandwich, if my memory serves me right. But this was something I'd been wanting to do for a while. That first book had what I'll kindly call growing pains. It was written at a feverish pace, with a complete anything-goes mentality. If I didn't know why a character was doing whatever they were doing, screw it, I'd tie it in later. If plot lines were balls, I was throwing dozens and dozens into the air just to see if I could juggle them all. And the second I thought I was doing all right, I flung one more in for fun. Well, I'm a bit more under control now, and my wonderful editor, Devi, can also attest to that. I could probably have convinced her the second book of this series was by a different writer, so great was the improvement. But still, this book, which for so many of my readers was a favorite, I wanted another crack at. I wanted to smooth over all those plot lines, to get the timeline firmly under control, to remove the dangling threads I'd left frayed instead of nicely and neatly tying them back into the main storyline. With this Orbit release, those growing pains should be gone. The balls should stay nice and high in the air while I'm juggling them. Have I succeeded? I believe so. This book is better, of that I have no doubt. But if you disagree and you feel I somehow ruined that original, frenetic masterpiece, well, hopefully you'll at least not begrudge me the attempt, right? Of course, none of this matters to you new readers who have stuck through my ramble thus far, so I'll take yet another step back. Before writing A Dance of Cloaks, I was busy with my Half-Orcs series. In the second book, I introduced Haern the Watcher, who was easily the most popular new character in that book. My father, who spent hours of his time going over it in a hopeless attempt to weed out all my spelling errors and overall stupidity, mentioned to me that of all my characters, the Watcher begged for a novel of his own. My first thought was, but I have no idea what his backstory is. Haern was just supposed to be mysterious, deadly, and basically my ace in the hole if I ever threw the characters into a situation a bit over their heads. My Hermione, if you will, only male. Wielding swords. And killing people. So, not like Hermione at all, but you hopefully get my point. So what story did he have? Well, he was the son of Thren Fellhorn, who didn't know his son was still alive, or at least pretended not to. With that beginning, I started adding. I took heavy inspiration from Brent Weeks's Night Angel trilogy and also read A Game of Thrones by George R.R. Martin and felt thoroughly humbled. The world I was building, It was so empty compared to theirs. I had no important families, no real nobles, no deadly crisscrossing of families. A dance of cloaks was my chance to change that. My chance to take a tentative step toward learning how to world build, all while giving a past to a favorite character. Did I have growing pains? Sure. Did I perhaps mistake who was at what mansion during the Bloody Kensgold? Oh yes, I did. But I held faith that despite all my faults, I was still telling a freaking awesome story people would want to read. And thank God they did. Obligatory thanks time. Thank you, Dad, for that first spark. Thank you, Michael, for being the most awesome agent a guy like me could ever hope to get. Thank you, Devi, for being as awesome an editor as Michael is an agent. Thank you, Mrs. Patterson, Mrs. Borushaski, and Dr. Joey Brown for never once making me feel ashamed of telling horror and fantasy stories in your writing classes. Thank you, Sam, for being such a great wife, as well as an open ear for all my silly ideas. And a clandestine thank you to my little super-secret Facebook club, and all the people therein who have helped me so much throughout my entire writing career. And of course, thank you, dear reader. Despite everything, the good and the bad, I do this for you. In return, you've allowed me to live a dream, and to tell the stories I've wanted to tell ever since I was a little kid. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I could be so blessed. David Dalglish, March 19, 2013. Continue listening for an excerpt from A Dance of Blades by David Dalglish. Introducing. If you enjoyed A Dance of Cloaks, look out for A Dance of Blades, Shadowdance Book 2, by David Dalglish. Haern watched the ropes fly over the wall, heavy weights on their ends. They clacked against the stone, then settled on the street. The ropes looked like brown snakes in the pale moonlight, appropriately enough given the Serpent Guild controlled them. For several minutes, nothing. Haern shifted under his well-worn cloak, his exposed hand shivering in the cold while holding an empty bottle. He kept his hood low, and he bobbed his head as if sleeping. When the first serpent entered the alley from the street, Haern spotted him with ease. The man looked young for such a task, but then two older men arrived, their hands and faces scarred from the brutal life they led. Deep green cloaks fluttered behind them as they rushed past the houses and to the wall where the ropes hung like vines. They tugged each rope twice, giving their signal. Then the older ones grabbed a rope while the younger looped them about a carved inset in the aged stone wall, then tied the weighted ends together. "Quick and quiet," he heard one of the elder whisper to the younger. "Don't let the crate make a sound when it lands, and the gods help you if you drop it." Haern let his head bob lower. The three were to his right, little more than 20 feet away. Already he knew their skill was laughable if they had not yet noticed his presence. His right eye peeked from under his hood, his neck twisting slightly to give him a better view. Another serpent appeared from outside the city, climbing atop the wall and motioning down to the others. Their arm muscles bulging, the older two began pulling on the ropes. Meanwhile, the younger steadily took in the slack so it wouldn't get in their way. Haern coughed as the crate reached the top of the wall. This time the younger heard, and he tensed as if expecting to be shot with an arrow. "Someone's watching," he whispered to the others. Haern leaned back, the cloak hiding his grin. About damn time. He let the bottle roll from his limp hand, the sound of glass on stone grating in the silence. "Just a drunk," said one of them. "Go chase him off." Haern heard the soft sound of a blade scraping against leather, most likely the young one's belt. "Get out of here," said the serpent. Haern let out a loud, obnoxious snore. A boot kicked his side, but it was weak, hesitant. He shuddered as if waking from a dream. Why you kick me?" he asked, his hood still low. He had to time it just right, at the exact moment the crate touched ground. "Beat it!" hissed the young thief. "Now, or I'll gut you!" Haern looked up into his eyes. He knew shadows danced across his face, but his eyes— the man clearly saw his eyes. His dagger dipped in his hand, and he took a step back. Haern's drunken persona had vanished as if it had never been. No defeat, no inherent feeling of lowliness or shame. Only a calm stare that promised death. As the crate softly thumped to the ground, Haern stood, his intricate gray cloaks falling aside to reveal the two swords sheathed at his hips. "Shit! It's him!" the thief screamed, turning to run. Haern felt contempt ripple through him. Such poor training. Did the guilds let anyone in now? He took the young man down, making sure no hit was lethal. He needed a message delivered. "Who?" asked one, turning at the cry. Haern cut his throat before he could draw his blade. The other yelped and stepped back. His dagger parried the first of Haern's stabs, but he had no concept of positioning. Haern smacked the dagger twice to the right, then slipped his left sword into his belly and twisted. As the thief bled out, Haern looked to the serpent atop the wall. "Care to join the fun?" he asked, yanking out his blade and letting the blood drip to the street. "I'm out of players." Two daggers whirled down at him. He sidestepped one and smacked away the other. Hoping to provoke the man further, Haern kicked the crate. With no other option, the thief turned and fled back down the wall on the other side. Disappointed, Haern sheathed the sword and used the other to pry open the crate. With a loud creak, the top came off, revealing 3 burlap sacks within. He dipped a hand in one, and it came out dripping with gold coins, each one clearly marked with the sigil of the Gemcroft family. Interesting. "Please," he heard the young thief beg. He bled from cuts on his arms and legs, most certainly painful, but nothing life-threatening. The worst Haern had done was hamstring him to prevent him from fleeing. "Please, don't kill me. I can't. Haern slung all 3 bags over his shoulder. With his free hand, he pressed the tip of his sword against the young man's throat. "They'll want to know why you lived," he said. The man had no response to that, only a pathetic sniffle. Haern shook his head. How far the Serpent Guild had fallen. But all the guilds had fallen since that bloody night 5 years ago. Thren Fellhorn, the legend, had failed in his coup, bringing doom upon the underworld. Thren. His father. "Tell them you have a message," Haern said. "Tell them I'm watching." "Who?" In response, Haern took his sword and dipped it in the man's blood. "They'll know who," he said before vanishing, leaving only a single eye drawn in the dirt as his message, blood for its ink, a sword its quill. He didn't go far. He had to lug the bags to the rooftops one at a time, but once he was up high, his urgency dwindled. The rooftops were his home, had been for years. Following the main road west, he reached the inner markets, still silent and empty. Plunking down the bags, he lay with his eyes closed and waited. He woke to the sounds of trade. Hunger stirred in his belly, but he ignored it. Hunger, like loneliness and pain, had become a constant companion. He wouldn't call it friend, though. "May you go to better hands," Haern said to the first sack of gold before stabbing its side. Coins spilled, and he hurled them like rain to the packed streets. Without pause, he cut the second and third, flinging them to the suddenly ravenous crowd. They dove and fought as the gold rolled along, bouncing off bodies and plinking into various wooden stalls. Only a few bothered to look up, those who were lame or old and dared not fight the crowd. "The Watcher!" someone cried. "The Watcher is here!" The cry put a smile on his lips as Haern fled south, having not kept a single coin. It had taken 5 years, but at last Elisa Gemcroft understood her late father's paranoia. The meal placed before her smelled delicious, spiced pork intermixed with baked apples, but her appetite remained dormant.
"I can have one of the servants taste it if you'd like,"
said her closest family adviser, a man named Bertram, who had loyally served her father.
"I'll even do so myself."
"No," she said, brushing errant strands of her red hair back and tucking them behind her left ear. "That's not necessary. I can afford to skip a meal." Bertram frowned, and she hated the way he looked at her, like a doting grandfather or a worried teacher. Just the night before, 2 servants had died eating their daily rations. Though she'd replaced much of the mansion's food, as well as executed those she thought responsible, the memory lingered in Elisa's mind. The way the 2 had retched, their faces turning a horrific shade of purple. She snapped her fingers, and the many waiting servants rushed to clear the trays away. Despite the rumble in her belly, she felt better with the food gone. At least now she could think without fear of convulsing to death because of some strange toxin. Bertram motioned to a chair beside her, and she gave him permission to sit.
"I know these are not peaceful times," he said, "but we cannot allow fear to control our lives. That is a victory you know the thief guilds have longed for."
"We're approaching the 5th anniversary of the Bloody Kensgold," Elisa said, referring to a gathering of the Trifect, the 3 wealthiest families of merchants, nobles, and power brokers in all of Desrel. On that night, Thren Fellhorn had led an uprising of thief guilds against the Trifect, burning down one of their mansions and attempting to annihilate their leaders. He'd failed, and his guild had broken down to a fraction of its former size. On that night, Elisa had assumed control after the death of her father, victim to an arrow as they'd fought to protect their home.
"I know," Bertram said. "Is that what distracts you so? Leon and Laurie have both agreed to delay another Kensgold until this dangerous business is over with."
"And when will that be?" she asked, as another servant arrived with a silver cup of wine. "I hide here in my mansion, fearful of my food and scared of every shadow in my bedroom. We cannot defeat the guilds, Bertram. We've broken them, fractured many to pieces, but it's like smashing a puddle with a club. They all come back together, under new names, new leaders."
"The end is approaching," Bertram said. "This is Thren's war, and he champions it with the last of his strength. But he is not so strong, not so young. His spider guild is far from the force it used to be. In time the other guilds will see reason and turn against him. Until then, we have only one choice left before us, and that is to endure."
Elisa closed her eyes and inhaled the scent of the wine. For a moment she wondered if it was poisoned. But she fought the paranoia down. She would not sacrifice such a simple pleasure. She couldn't give the rogues that much of a victory. Still, when she drank, it was a small sip. "You told me much the same after the Kensgold," she said, setting down the cup, "as you have every year for the past 5. The mercenaries have bled us dry. Our mines to the north no longer produce the yields they were renowned for. The king is too frightened to help us. How long until we eat in rags, without coin for servants and wood for fires?"
"We are on the defensive,"
Bertram said, accepting his own cup of wine.
"Such is our fate for being a large target. But the bloodshed has slowed. You know that as well as I. Be patient. Let us bleed them as they bleed us. The last thing we want is to inflame their passions while we still appear weak and leaderless."
Elisa felt anger flare in her chest, not only at the insult, but also at its damning familiarity. Leaderless? She asked. I have protected the Gemcroft name for 5 years of shadow wars. I've brokered trade agreements, organized mercenaries, bribed nobles, and done everything as well as my father ever did. Yet we are leaderless? Why is that, Bertram? Bertram endured the rant without a shred of emotion on his face, and that only infuriated Elisa further. Again, she felt like a schoolchild before her teacher, and part of her wondered if that was exactly how her advisor viewed her.
I say this only because the rest of Desrel believes it, he said when she was finished. You have no husband, and the only heir to the Gemcroft name is a bastard of unknown heritage.
Don't talk about Nathaniel that way, she said, her voice turning cold. Don't you dare speak ill of my son. Bertram raised his hands and spread his palms.
I meant no offence, milady. Nathaniel is a good child, smart too. But a lady of your station should be partnered with someone equally influential. You've had many suitors. Surely you've taken a liking to one of them?
Elisa took another sip of wine, her eyes glancing up at the shadowy corners of the dining hall. Leave me, she said, all of you. We'll speak of this another time. Bertram stood, bowed, and followed the servants out. Come down, Zusa, she told the ceiling. You know you're always welcome at my table. There's no need for you to skulk and hide. Clinging like a spider to the wall, Zusa smiled down at her. With deceptive ease, she let go, falling headfirst toward the carpet. A deft twist of her arms, a tuck of her knees, and she landed gracefully on her feet, her long cloak billowing behind her. Instead of any normal outfit, she wore long strips of cloth wrapped around her body, hiding every inch of skin. Except for above her neck, Elisa was still pleased to see. Zusa had once belonged to a strict order of Carrick, the dark god. Upon her willful exile, Zusa had cast aside the cloth from her face, revealing her stunning looks and her beautiful black hair, which she kept cropped short around her neck. 2 daggers hung from her belt, wickedly sharp. Let me be the one in the shadows, Zusa said, smiling. That way you are safe, for no assassin can hide beside me. Elisa gestured for her friend to sit. Zusa refused, but Elisa took no offense. It was just one of the skilled lady's many quirks. The woman had rescued her years before from an attempt by a former lover to take over her family line, and then helped protect her estate from Thren's plans. She owed her life to Zusa, so if Zusa wanted to stand instead of sit, she was more than welcome. Did you hear everything? Elisa asked. Everything of worth. The old man is scared. He tries to be the rock in a storm, to survive by doing nothing until it passes. Sometimes a sound strategy. Zusa smirked. This storm will not pass, not without action. Not with his cowardly action. You know what Bertram wants. He wants you bedded and yoked to another man. Then your womanly passions may be safely ignored, and he can rule through your husband. Bertram has no desire for power. Zusa lifted an eyebrow. Can you know for sure? He is old, but not dead. Elisa sighed and drained her cup. What should I do? She asked. She felt tired, lost. She badly missed her son. She'd sent Nathaniel north to Fellwood Castle to be fostered by Lord John Gandram. John was a good man, and a good friend of the family. More important, he was far away from Valderin and its guilds of thieves. At least there Nathaniel was safe, and the training he received would help him later in life. Bertram's question. Are there any you have taken a fancy to? Zusa asked. Elisa shrugged. Mark Tullen was attractive, though his station is probably lower than Bertram would prefer. At least he was willing to talk to me instead of staring down my blouse. Also, that noble who runs our mines. Arthur something. Hadfield, Zusa said. That's right. He's pleasant enough, and not ugly. Little distant, though. Guess that's just a product of being older. The older, the less likely to cavort with other women. He's more than welcome to, Elisa said. She stood and turned away, trying to voice a silent fear she'd held on to for years, a fear that had strangled her relationships and kept her unmarried. But any child we have, that is who will become the Gemcroft heir. Too many will shove Nathaniel aside, deem him unfit, unworthy. I can't do that to him, Zusa. I can't deny him his right. He's my firstborn. She felt Zusa's arms slip around her. Startled by the uncommon display of emotion, she accepted the hug. If your son is strong, he will claim what is his, no matter what the world tries, she said. Do not be afraid. Thank you, Elisa said, pulling back and smiling. What would I do without you? May we never find out, Zusa said, bowing low. Elisa waved her off, then retreated to her private chambers. She stared out the thick glass window, beyond her mansion's great walls, to the city of Veldaren. She found herself hating the city, hating every dark corner and crevice. Always it conspired against her, waiting with poison and dagger to... No, she had to stop thinking like that. She had to stop letting the thief guilds control every aspect of her life through force and fear. So she sat at her desk, pulled out an inkwell and a piece of parchment, and paused. She'd sent Nathaniel away to protect him, to be fostered with a good family. Not so long ago, her father had done the same with her, and she remembered her anger, her loneliness, and her feelings of betrayal. Gods help her, she'd even sent Nathaniel to the same person she'd been sent to. Once more, she understood her father in a way she never had before. He'd hidden her because he loved her, not to get her out of the way as she'd once thought. Still, how angry she'd been when she returned. No, she would not let history repeat itself. Her decision made, she dipped the quill in the ink and began writing. My dear Lord Tullen, she began, I have a request for you involving my son, Nathaniel. This has been an Hachette audio production of A Dance of Cloaks, written by David Dalglish, read by Elijah Alexander, produced by Blackstone Audio, Inc., production supervised by Christine M. Farrell. A Dance of Cloaks is also available in print and as an e-book from Orbit, a division of Hachette Book Group. Text copyright 2013 by David Dalglish. A Dance of Blades excerpt, text copyright 2013 by David Dalglish. Audio production copyright 2013. Hachette Audio, all rights reserved. In accordance with the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, the duplicating, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this audiobook without the permission of the publisher is unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.